To all. Here I request good morning and welcome to all. Here I request Dr. Kulkarni ma'am to introduce Vaishali ma'am.
So good morning all of you, and I welcome heartedly all the participants and delegates as well as my colleagues and Dr. Vilas Kare sir, principal of this college, as well as Dr. S.R. Mane sir, convener of this conference, Dr. D.R. Patil sir, Dr. Salunke sir, and my dear colleagues. I heartily welcome all of you this morning, and we are starting now the virtual session. Yesterday we have completed oral presentation, and now today we are starting the virtual session. So the first speaker is Honorable Mrs. Vaishali Shinde. Now I am going to introduce Vaishali Shinde. She is Director Translational Clinical Biomarker Lead at Corbus Pharmaceuticals, focusing on implementation of translational or clinical biomarker strategies for immuno-oncology projects. She received her first master degree in microbiology from India and second masters in biological science from University of Massachusetts, USA. Her past experiences in India and Singapore mainly focused on the microbiology field, where she served as a college professor, chief quality control officer and a microbiologist. Her 23-year journey in the field of cancer therapy started with the Boston University School of Medicine. Prior to Corbus, she was at Takeda Pharmaceuticals for over 16 years, where she managed the molecular pathology group, a group responsible for the evaluation of translational studies, digital pathology, advanced multiplex staining, and image and spatial analysis technologies. In the clinical biomarker group, her main role was to implement clinical biomarker assays, project management, and clinical data assessment for Takeda's oncology, immuno-oncology, cell therapy, and GI clinical trials conducted in USA and internationally. So I am very pleased and heartily welcome Vaishali Shinde, today's honorable speaker at this first virtual session, and she will speak on the cancer treatment, a very advanced treatment, and she is always engaged in the research, and she has involved so many, that means research projects also she has managed, and different dynamics studies regarding the cancer therapy also she was actually involved in that particular study. And so I request Vaishali Shinde to be a chief guest of today's virtual session and to speak some lines before regarding this session. So now I am going to welcome Vaishali Shinde, and she will deliver her speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kulkarni Madam. It's my pleasure to be part of this international conference on recent trends in pure and applied sciences. I'm thankful to the organizers and especially my teachers, Dr. Sanke and Dr. Kulkarni Madam, and the principal, Dr. Kale, as well as the chemistry teacher. I would like to thank everybody who is in that audience for coming in the morning early and ready to take on this virtual conference today. And I hope you can take some key notes back home, which you can apply for not only for yourself, but also for your family members and friends. So it's my great pleasure to start this session with my talk, which will be focused on recent advancements in the cancer therapies. Can somebody enable the screen sharing for me, please? Because host has to disable that part.
Hello. Yes. You have given the permissions for screen sharing.
Yeah, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Hello. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. So we'll start this virtual session with my talk, which will focus on recent advances in the cancer treatment. And I know in some shape or form, everybody's family or somebody has been sick with cancer. You must have lost loved ones with the cancer. So this battle is a worldwide battle for all of us to find what is the key things we need to take home, how to improve our survival rate, and how to prevent the cancer from coming back. So there is a lot to learn from us, and in my 25 years of career in US, in Singapore and India, what I have learned is still that there are a lot of things which we can take from our past, where our traditional things which had some meaning, which were wrapped up in different forms of festives and traditions and things which our grandfather and grandmother used to do, and we have to merge what our traditional values are along with the new advancement in the cancer therapies, and I will talk about that later in my slides, and I will try to merge the old and the new together and try to convince you that you don't want to neglect whatever we have learned from our ancestors throughout many thousands of years. That knowledge has gone now, but we can still learn from our grandparents how we should adopt what they have learned into our lifestyle today. So first of all, I want to thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present today, and my teachers, Dr. Saunke and Dr. Kulkarni Madam, and I'm really grateful for them to giving me guidance throughout my career. And so where I am here, a lot of people are responsible for it. So it's definitely a teamwork, and I wish them all the best. So for today's agenda, we will focus first on what is cancer and what is the prevalence in the world. And then I will talk about like how much prevalence is in India versus in the world, and how does it look like on the global landscape. And then I will show you what are the current and the traditional cancer therapies, and what does that landscape look like within different types of modalities within the cancer therapies, and how that is being handled in the cancer world. Then we will talk about why some patients respond to the therapies versus some other don't. So there are some challenges in the cancer immunotherapy field. Then I'll touch base upon a key thing which I focus on mainly is the role of biomarkers in the cancer therapy. So as I always mention, if there is a pain is always a good thing because your body is trying to tell you that something is happening. You need to pay attention to it. So what are the other biomarkers which we can pay attention to? How can we do a better work, better research to understand how the cancer works and how to beat it? And then I want you to take home some messages. What can we do better? So let's move on with one thing. What is cancer? So the definition of cancer is a group of diseases characterized by the uncontrolled growth and spread of abnormal cells that can result in death if not treated. So when you think about cancer, you'll think suddenly cancer appears, right? It's not the case. Cancerous cells are always within your body. What it needs the right environment to flourish. So that right environment might be you're not so, taking care of yourself, your bad lifestyle, your eating habits, or you're not working out, or you might have a genetic, trend in your family where you might see some of your family members getting cancer more often, or you might be a smoker, or you might have a excess body weight, right? So there can be multiple factors for having this cancer spread into your body. When I said that cancerous cells are always in your body, that is so true. And if you look at our history back then, now we used to say that during certain festivals we fast, right? And when you think about that fasting tradition which we have, and the Ramadans are going on, I think Durgashtami is going on, so people fast for a week or maybe more than a week, right? So during this fasting period, what happens that your autophagy pathway or other pathways within your body get activated. Those things activate your immune systems, and those immune systems kill those cancerous cells which are floating around in your body. So starvation of a body is very important. for our internal cleansing system. So it is a way of our body to cleanse itself internally, to give a break from everyday eating, from everyday going through the metabolic stress. So a lot of things are being ruled under the festive kind of environment within our old traditions. So we should not neglect what our ancestors have taught us for thousands of years. Now if you put science behind it, I can justify why our grandmother used to give a turmeric milk in the morning or before you go to bed. Now in US, if you look at the stores, they're full of turmeric tablets there. So people are taking turmeric tablets now. We have been taking that for a long time because turmeric is anti-cancer, it's anti-inflammatory. We used to get like grinded juice of ginger and garlic and God knows what, right? Those are all the ingredients which help us to maintain our good healthy body. So these are the things which we want to pay attention and bring those to our new lifestyle. So if you look at the disease burden rate for the cancer in 2019, what you will see that it's widely spread throughout the world. If you look at our little India there, it's kind of a little peachy color. It's not as bright. So the more bright color, that means the prevalence of the cancer is higher. So we are still not in that high zone. And I think one of the reasons might be because every Indian family makes their food fresh every day. So that makes a huge difference. That means we are not eating more preserved food, which has a lot of preservatives, or we are not eating more modified food. Even that being said, nowadays we can't point one thing which is very organic, okay? So all the crops which we had in the past, they're not organic anymore. Everything has changed, from the crops to the fruits to the meat, the chicken and the eggs and the beef or whatever meat you eat. It is not organic. It might be coming from animals which were treated with hormones so that they can get bigger, so that you have bigger meat. So when you look at our India, it seems that their cancer prevalence is little less than as compared to rest of the world. So cooking everyday fresh meal, eating lots of vegetables and a moderate amount of meat along with fruits and all these things do matter, and they will keep your healthy lifestyle well. So when you look at the cancer death by type, for 2019 in the world, most of the deaths have occurred because of the lung cancer, and that can be based on smoking. A lot of pollution is there. We have been cutting trees for many years, and so we are depleting our ozone layer, and a lot of bad things are happening to the earth, right? And then the second major death is with the colon and rectum cancer, stomach cancer, breast cancer, and these are coming along with all the food which we are intaking. So you can get an idea how much of a spread of cancer within worldwide and what we should do next, right? So when you think about India, what is the leading cause of death, and what type of cancers are leading, and how much what ranking it is in India, right? If you look at the 2019 survey, the cardiovascular diseases were on the top. For some reason, Indians do have a tendency of getting a lot of heart attacks and cardiac diseases. So genetically, it is prevalent in our community. Then second is respiratory diseases. Especially pollution does cause all of these complications. But you will look like the cancer is the third in the list right now. But when you compare with US, in US, cancer is the second most prevalent disease in 1929. And as I mentioned before, it can be based on the processed food people are eating. There are more hormone injected meat out there in US. So when people like me and my family, when we migrate from India to US, we lose that immunity when we come to US. A lot of things are very clean. So our microbiome in our stomach is very different now what it used to be 25 years back when I left India. So you can see my immunity has changed. The way of having a certain diverse microbiome in your stomach in Indian person's body is so different than what you see in US person's body. So certain bacteria in your stomach, they give you a chance to fight the disease. They are more prone. to having the right things in place to fight all of those, upcoming diseases. Where in US, you have a less immunity for all of these. You get very sensitive. So when I come to India, I have to be very careful about not getting any infections. So when you think about the cancer therapies, there are some traditional cancer therapies which are being deployed throughout the world. So what are those? If it's a solid tumor cancer, that means it's a solid tumor, it's localized, it's not a heme cancer. Heme cancer means blood cancer, right? So when it's a solid tumor cancer, the surgery is the first option usually surgeons look for or the doctors look for, because you can surgically remove that primary tumor if it's not metastasized. Metastasized means it's not spread throughout the body. So what they do, they surgically remove that tumor and then they might come up with the radiation to burn any other leftover cells there are. Or if the tumor is very big, they will use radiation first, they will shrink the tumor and then they will surgically remove that. So these are the traditional methods people have been using for cancer therapy. The next one is bone marrow transplant, and this plays a role when it's a leukemia. So for example, in ALL, acute lymphocytic leukemia, patients who can't have a normal bone marrow, they are producing leukemic cells. In that case, they can take bone marrow from some other healthy person and insert into the diseased person, and the diseased person will be free of leukemia in the future. So that is the bone marrow transplant for the heme diseases. And then comes the chemotherapy. So chemotherapy is widely used for cancer therapy. So what is chemotherapy? The chemotherapy is combination of a lot of different drugs together, which are capable of killing the cancer cells. So when you look at all the traditional methods, these are all available in our India, and we are widely using it. And sometimes you have to combine them together. For example, surgery, radiation, and chemotherapy can go all along together. There might be different cycles of therapies. Depending on the stage of a cancer, you might need 2 therapies, 2 cycle therapy or 4 cycle therapy. In between, you have to mitigate what are the toxicities, what type of side effects patient is seeing, how to monitor the disease short term and how to monitor the disease long term. What is the maintenance therapy? So you have to pay attention to all of these things. So what are the next generation cancer therapies? So there are a lot of innovations right now, lot of research being done, lot of technologies are coming up. So based on that, there are many next generation cancer therapies, and I have just mentioned a few of them here. So what you see here is immunotherapy is the first one, which you call as checkpoint inhibitors. So this immunotherapy is targeting with immune cells which can activate the person's itself immune system to fight with the cancer. So for example, in a certain patient where they have a cancer, there might be inhibition of any therapies, because what this cancer tries to do is block the T cell activation. It blocks the T cell cell killing. So how does it do that? So T cell and the cancer cell will bind together with this PD1 and PDL1 kind of receptors, and that's what how the way the cancer cell grows. So what these checkpoint inhibitors are meant for is to block that connection so that the T cell recognizes that this cancerous cell is outsider. It needs to kill. So all these immunotherapies are focusing on a lot of different types of immune cells and targeting those immune cells against the cancerous cells. And I was fortunate enough to meet the Nobel Prize winner, Dr. Allison, who is the pioneer of the immunotherapy field. So during the Koch Institute's MIT conference, I was able to talk to him, and I was like struck as how you can feel when you see Mr. Amitabh Bachchan or Mr. Shah Rukh Khan. So Dr. Allison was a Mr. Amitabh Bachchan for me. So just listening to him, how he came up with this immunotherapy, where his ideas about using person's own immune system or putting some immune cells within the person's immune system to help or boost to kill the cancer cell. That was a unique thing which he did, and that was done in 2014. So we haven't had a breakthrough yet like PD1 and PDL1 and CTLA4 checkpoint inhibitors, but the advancement is going towards the phase where we might see a breakthrough research again. So in the immunotherapy, there can be other like monoclonal antibodies which can target specific target on the cancer cell, or vaccines. Certain like HPV vaccines are given so that the women can avoid cervical cancer. So that's an example. Oncolytic viruses, viruses can have a certain feature where they target the cancerous cells. Then second is cell therapy, where some persons T cells will be taken down and they will be targeted they will be enhanced and they will be added back into the system for that person, and they boost their immune system. So this is a very simplistic way of explaining it, but there is a lot behind this cell therapy. So not only T cells, now people are thinking about NK cells. What about the other immune cells? Now in gene therapy, it can be in vivo based or in vitro based. So you can insert a gene. For example, in hemophilia, you can insert a gene and reverse that disease. But there are other ways you can do the gene therapy. Hormonal therapy. These are hormonal therapies which are driven by the cancers which are dependent on the hormones. For example, breast cancer and the prostate cancer, which are hormone driven cancer. So in this case, if you reduce the level of a hormone, or you stop the hormone secretion, then you can control that cancer. Last but not least, the microbiome based therapies. As I mentioned, in the long time back, if you remember some of the older people talking that there was a holy man and they used to some people used to eat his waste and they used to be cured with any diseases. And now when the younger generation might think, okay, that's not true. How can somebody be like that? How can it is possible? But it is possible now. So what the recent advancement in the microbiome based therapies are doing, they're taking the fecal matter which has the right microbiome from a healthy person's stomach and giving it in a capsule to a cancerous patient where they have lost all that microbiome and they need that support to fight with the cancer. So whatever older times what you heard, that has been scientifically backed up now, because everybody's microbiome in your stomach is different. When you see somebody fighting cancer and surviving, there are many reasons for that. One of the reasons might be they might have a good microbiome in their stomach which are secreting right things which are helping their immune system to fight the cancer. So don't underestimate what you have learned in the past from our old histories. You combine the old with the new and you decide what lifestyle you want to live. So when you think about a cancer, when you think about tumor, there are different phenotypes of tumor. So any tumor, any solid tumor is divided into three types. The first one is the hot tumor, which is called as inflamed tumor. And the second one is the immune excluded, which is called as warm tumor. And immune desert tumor is called cold tumor. Very simplistically. So what does that mean? So immune inflamed tumor means immune cells, the T cells. The T cells are within this tumor itself. So when you treat this tumor with the immunotherapy or a chemotherapy, this reacts, this response, this tumor type response. Immune excluded. In the immune excluded part, the tumor is there, the T cells are there, but they are at the outskirts of the tumor. And what is blocking? This collagen. This collagen is forming a wall around the tumor, protecting the tumor in the middle, where all the T cells which are active, ready to go, they're sitting at the edge. They can't do anything. Until we break this barrier, they can't go inside. So a lot of 40 to 50% tumors fall in this immune excluded phenotype. The last one is immune desert. In this case, there are no immune cells there. Somehow this tumor is very cold. Some of the pancreatic tumors are very cold and immune desert type. That's why we don't have a good therapy for pancreatic cancer. So now what we want to do, we want to create an immuno-oncology therapy against some of these components, immune system components, right? So I'm giving you one example where T cell component can be used, where if there is a cold tumor and if your checkpoint inhibitor like PD-1, PD-L1, CTLA-4 is not working, you have a non-responsive tumor and a person, what you can do is you can treat that person with a vaccine, with different types of therapies, or you can do plus adjuvant therapies, And then you can convert that cold tumor into a hot tumor, and that's where new T cells will be arriving, and that's when you treat with the checkpoint inhibitor, it will respond. So there is a way you can combine immunotherapy with other therapies, with the radiation, and use that a combination method to make the tumor cold to hot. So when you look at the landscape now, there are a lot of immune cells. So if you look at 2018, within this last 3 years, 2018 till 2020, this is the data from there. These are all the immune cells which I'm showing. You can see these bubbles are growing bigger. So that means more research is being done to target these immune cells as a therapy. Even targeting these tumor microenvironment. Tumor microenvironment means within that tumor, what I showed you, that there are like collagens at the edge, right? So targeting that collagen, how can we break that collagen so that the T cells can go inside? All of this research has been done in last 3 years. As I mentioned, if you take 1 or 2 therapies, those are not going to work. So the next era is all about combination therapies. Because what has happened, that when you treat with certain traditional therapies, the tumor is so smart it adapts. And then the patient starts to become resistant. So when patient starts to become resistant, the current drugs will not work. So in that case, you need to find another drugs to combine with. My apologies, I'm having some health problems right now. So when you look at the studies from 2017 till 2020, lot of that combination strategy has been grown. Sorry about that. So a lot of combination trials have grown tremendously right now. So if you think like 857 compared in 2017, it's like 2,900 in 2020. So you can imagine how much strategies and science has grown. So I want to give you a glimpse of we talked about cancer, we talked about the therapies. But how do we come up with those therapies? How do we come up with the drugs? What is the drug discovery journey? Starting from target identification, preclinical studies, translational studies, all the way till the clinical, right? So when you think about target identification, this is the phase where you want to say, this is my target, this is the pathway I want to target. If I inhibit this pathway, my cancerous cell is not going to grow. So identifying that is very important. Then starts preclinical. In preclinical, you want to test this hypothesis in mice, rats, monkeys, guinea pigs, or higher species like dogs, and then you go into the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials. This is where you prove that your drug is efficacious, it has a less toxicity, you know how to dose it, and how it has an anti-tumor effect. And then the last phase is commercialization. So when you think about this process, it takes one drug to come to the market almost 12 years. So it's a lot of work, lot of resources, and lot of money. So for example, for one phase 1 trial, it costs $30 million minimum. So what are the parts of this in your research done, right? In the translational research, which starts with candidate nomination all the way to candidate selection, like drug selection, you need to understand mechanism of action. What is the translational strategy? You need to identify the biomarkers you want to look at. You want to look at what type of patients you want to select. How you want to combine this therapy with. Do you want to combine with radiation or with any other approved FDA drug? The next phase is translational development. This is where you want to adapt to new technologies. You want to, validate all your biomarker assays, get them ready for the clinical trials, outsource them, establish them at the external vendors. You want to have a recommendation for the dose and schedule for this trial, and you need to have a solid clinical biomarker plan. The last but not the least is the clinical trial itself, where phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trial, where you want to implement and manage this biomarker assays in the clinic. You want to collect all of that data, make sure you understand that data, confirm the safety and the efficacy of the drug, and then understand the disease, the patient population or the response within that disease type. And then, if needed, then the biomarker assay can be used as a companion diagnostics to identify patients who might respond. That being said, it looks very easy on the slide, but when you think about those therapies, there are a lot of patients which we see have formed resistance towards the current therapies now. Almost like 70% sometimes we see that the patients are not responding. So what's going on there, right? So there are certain challenges in the cancer immunotherapies. So this is a nice paper from Higde, where she has highlighted 10 key challenges of cancer immunotherapies. So first one is, we can try a lot of experiments in the preclinical models in mice or any other higher species. The problem is that they don't translate into human. So how do we do better? So there are certain advanced technologies like human implants, like human transplant experiments, tumoroids. Tumoroids are like human sections where you can treat with certain drugs, and you can see what are the biomarkers and you can measure them. So there are certain translational kind of models out there. Again, determining how what are the main drivers of the cancer immunity. What type of if cancer is a mutational driven, it's easy because you can find a mutation and you can see this mutation is causing that cancer. But if it's not, then it's very challenging. What is the reason for it, right? Certain cancers which form to certain organs might be more fibrotic than the others. So tumor microenvironment can play a very bigger role here. Then how do the cancerous cell escape the treatments? There might be multiple mechanisms where the way they are doing it. There has to be a thorough assessment in the early phase clinical studies. You have to always also see the treatments or the medications which you are taking. So when we do the clinical trials, we have to ask the patients, have you had any vaccinations? Are you on steroids? Are you taking any immune suppressive drugs? Are you taking any autoimmune related drugs? Are there any toxicities related to it? So there are a lot of questions around it. Next, maximizing the personalized approach throughout the composite biomarkers. So this is where we have to do multi-omics approach, where we are trying to see a lot of biomarkers within that patient population and see what is the signature. Can we identify certain biomarkers where we can say, if you see these biomarkers going up and down, they are related to anti-tumor effect. To find that, you have to use a multi-omics approach. The next one is the regulatory endpoints for the cancer immunotherapy need to be improved. What does that mean? A lot of regulatory endpoints are defined for oncology trials. They have to be yet refined for immuno-oncology trials. So the overall survival rate for oncology versus immuno-oncology can be different. So that statements, all those guidelines are being improved by the FDA recently. So you will see a lot of those updates. Then optimizing the long-term survival with multi-agent cancer immunotherapy in a combination regimens. That's what we have talked before. When you look at this graph, surgery was there from 1846. Then radiation came along in 1900. Then 1949 chemotherapy came along. Targeted therapies in the cancer therapy came in 2014, where Dr. Allison was the first inventor of the immunotherapy here. So there is a long way we came along in the cancer field. So moving on to how we can do better, right? So there are these biomarkers which I kind of focus on every day in my life, which is like, what is the biomarker, right? Everything can be a biomarker. So if you think about that, what is the definition of biomarker? So biomarker is a biological molecule found in a blood or any other body fluid or a tissue that is a sign of a normal or an abnormal process or of a condition or a disease. So that's one definition. The second definition is a defined characteristics that is measured as an indicator of a normal biological processes, pathological processes, or responses to an exposure or intervention, including the therapeutic interventions. The simple biomarker definition is biomarkers are the characteristics of the body that you can measure. So in the next few slides, I will explain what are the biomarkers. So when you think about the categories of the biomarkers, right? The biomarkers have different types of categories. So safety is one of them. So when you give a drug, what are the side effects? So when you look at any drug vial, you have to read the pamphlet which comes with it. If you take this drug, what happens? What are the side effects? Do you have a diarrhea? Do you have a heart disease coming up, or do you have some renal dysfunction? So you need to pay attention to what are these safety features mentioned on the drug. So these biomarkers are part of the safety evaluation in the phase 1 clinical trial all the way till phase 3. Diagnostic biomarkers. So in diagnostic biomarkers, an example would be like if you detect certain, for example, sugar level, or your hemoglobin level or sugar level, that is indicative of that a patient having a diabetes. So that's a diagnostic biomarker. Your blood sugar is a diagnostic biomarker. So susceptibility and risk biomarker. So when you measure your cholesterol, for example, LDL, the bad cholesterol, that is a susceptible or risk biomarker because it shows you that you have a risk. If you have a high level of that, cholesterol, you have a risk of having a coronary or heart disease later on in your life. So that's a risk biomarker. Prognostic biomarker is something where like a PSA level. If you see a high PSA level, that means you are prone for a prostate cancer. Predictive biomarker in case of breast cancer. If you have BRCA1 or 2 mutation, that means most probably you might have a breast cancer. So predicting that you might become positive for a cancer with certain biomarkers is a predictive biomarker. Response biomarker, where certain biomarkers go up and you see your tumor shrinking, those are response biomarkers. Monitoring biomarkers are the biomarkers which you want to monitor throughout the clinical trial to make sure they are aligned with your safety and the rest of the biomarkers. So when you think about this biomarker in the cancer therapy, they are not only looking at biological pathway to make you understand what your mechanism of action is, but they are also helping you to determine that biological effective dose in the clinical trial, where you can dose patients in phase 1, and then you have a RP2D, which is the next dose for the phase 2 trial, and then phase 3 will have a regimen which you want to prescribe the patient when it goes into the commercial phase. So as I mentioned, these are the definitions of this diagnostic, prognostic, predictive, resistant, and safety biomarker. So biomarkers can be monitored short term, where you want to see is the treatment working, have any side effects arise. Extended biomarker is the cancer still stable or is in remission. So when we have a clinical trial in our company, we most of the time get the patients who have already failed most of the therapies. Those are relapsed refractory patients. So we know that they have tried a lot of things and our drug might be the last hope they have. So we have to gear all our clinical biomarker plan based on all of these biomarkers. We have to spend a lot of time and money and resources and research to build a solid biomarker plan here. So what are the sources of the biomarkers and how can we measure them, right? So the body fluids, blood, urine, fecal, and your BALs can be your biomarker fluids. You can collect a lot of biomarker data from there. Radiographic scans like X-ray, CT, MRI, ultrasound, PET. This is also a source of biomarker. And of course, tissues, surgical tissues, the biopsies, whether they are core needle biopsies, or fine needle biopsies, or a surrogate punch biopsies from skin. That can give you a lot of biomarker data. Last but not least, the blood pressure. the blood sugar levels, the activity measure with the watch, the iWatch which you wear on your wrist, that gives you how active you are. The digital biomarkers. So a lot of times now the cancer industry is combining all the science with the digital biomarker data set, keeping people active, like how active you are, how much calories have you burned, how much have you walked, what have you eaten. So it's a lifestyle change. So when you think about a biomarker research or the workflow, how you want to use it. So this, look at this complicated picture here, but it's very simple if you take it one step at a time. So it's broken down into 3 steps. The first step is you want to understand what is the hypothesis or what is the question. What is your project? What do you want to target? How you are going to target? What is your hypothesis? If you block certain A, does the B change? And what is your mechanism of action of that drug, right? So if you ask that question, then the next step is to answer that question, what type of technologies or what type of assays do I need to know? And then how can I use all of these pieces? So this can be tone, it can be genomic analysis, it can be multi-omics analysis, it can be IHC, it can be flow, it can be anything. You combine all of them together and then you get wide range of data sets. And the third step is getting all of that safety data, biomarker data, PD data, prognostic data, proof of concept data, disease monitoring data. You combine all of that knowledge and you interpret that knowledge. So that's forward thinking. So that's forward translation. But when you see a response in the patient, then you want to go back to its original tumor or original phenotype and see this patient responded. What was the unique thing about that patient? What was the unique thing in the biopsy or a tumor of that patient that made it responsible? So that is reverse translation. So you can do forward as well as reverse translation with the help of biomarkers. So as I mentioned over and over again, when you think about this approach towards targeting the cancer cure, you can't think about one modality. So you have to think about multi-omics approach. You have to combine a lot of biomarkers together. Looking at one thing is a very old thing now. You need to have multiple things, like genomic, transcriptome, proteomics, cytometric or metabolic, You do all this multi-omics analysis and to understand your disease. And then you find out what treatments will work. So when you think about like tissue-based biopsies or tissue-based, tumor-based technologies, they have evolved from like single IHC where, breast cancer patient gets, the routine IHC markers like ER, PR and HER2. The physicians or the pathologist is determining what type of stages does this cancer is, right? So based on that single color, we have all the way to like 30-50 colors together, where we are not only looking at the tumor, but we are also looking at like a lot of immune cells around that tumor cells and how do they interact. And now we are going to single cell level, that spatial transcriptome. So we are looking at like single cell and how that single cell is behaving. What type of cytokines, chemokine is that cell secreting? How that cytokine, chemokine is acting against the cancer. So when you think about like blood-based biomarkers, when you don't get biopsies, so for example, a success rate of getting biopsy in the clinical trial is only 40 to 50%. So if you think about the lung disease patients who have lung cancer, you will not get biopsies from those patients because it's extremely dangerous to get a biopsy from a lung patient. Where you will be most probably getting a biopsy is a melanoma patient, or you might get a biopsy from a GI-driven cancer patients because it's easy and it's routinely done. It's a skin punch for melanoma, which is very easy to do, less invasive as compared to lung biopsy. Similarly, like the gut biopsy, like in case of GI cancers, if the people do like colonoscopies, they look at polyps in the colon, right? So it's routinely done. It's not as dangerous as compared to the lung biopsies. So in these cases, you get a lot of biopsies, so you can do evaluation of those. But when you don't have a biopsy, you rely on a lot of biomarkers in the circulation. That is your blood. So in the immune checkpoint inhibitors, a lot of research has been done to understand in the blood all the immune cells which are floating around, what are the other cytokines, chemokines what are the target cells out there, and based on that, there are certain assumptions. What are the good predictors for better clinical outcome, where you see anti-tumor effect, and what are the worst predictors of the clinical outcomes. If you see these guys are coming up, then your patient is not going to respond. So you can learn a lot of things from these peripheral blood samples and use that knowledge to define your dose, or you define your next RP2D type of dose for the phase 2 clinical trial. So when you think about the biopsy itself, so if you get a biopsy from the human tumor, you want to make it in the FFP blocks, and the next thing you know, you're putting a lot of 30-40 colors in it. So what you see here is a section of a tumor of a non-small cell lung carcinoma, where you will see a pan-CK, which is staining all the tumor cells, CD8 positive T cells, which are cytotoxic T cells, PDR1, which is positive on the tumor cells, CD68 is the macrophages, and FOXP3 stains the CD4 T cells. So you see this nice, beautiful color picture, right? So now the advancement has gone so much that you can stain 30 to 50. Lot of immune markers, lot of your target markers together, and you have this beautiful image. So when you get this beautiful image, you can do a lot of analysis with it. You can find out where these immune cells are. Are they next to the tumor cells? And in that case, the spatial analysis plays a very important role. For example, the first one here is nearest to the neighbor analysis, where you can get an idea like how many cells are next to each other. Like what are the neighboring cells, And that matters too, right? Because when you look at the three phenotypes, hot, warm and cold type of tumors, when you are converting your cold tumor into hot tumor, you want to see all that action happening in the tumor section. So you want to see how many immune cells are going inside the tumor. That is like immune infiltration analysis, where the immune cells are going inside the tumor. That means it's doing good. Cytotoxic T cells going inside the tumor. That means they are going to kill the tumor. Proximity analysis means how next to one tumor, how many cytotoxic T cells or macrophages are there, or NK cells are there, which are trying to kill that tumor cell. So just not counting the number of CD8 positive T cells, like cytotoxic T cells, is enough now. We need to know how close they are with the tumor cells, and that is more predictive or prognostic in the immunotherapy. So how can we prevent the cancer, right? You learn about the cancer, you see the prevalence of the cancer, you see what biomarkers can do for you. So now you know when you go back home, how can you prevent cancer? How can you change your lifestyle? How can you not only motivate yourself, but motivate your family, your friends to adopt a healthy lifestyle? And everybody might have certain signature in their family history. It might be genetic signature, or it might be obesity or some other underlying diseases, right? But your lifestyle changes. The healthy lifestyle will delay the onset of that disease. If you take care of yourself now very well, if you are going to have a diabetes because your family members always had, ancestors have always had a diabetes, you might not get a diabetes when you are in your 30s. You might get diabetes when you are like 65 or 70. So you want to delay that onset of that disease. This is where the healthy lifestyle will come in. So how do you prevent the cancer? So this picture is like a holy grail. So what you want to do is follow this almost every day and have your family members and friends follow it. So first step is eat a good diet full of whole grains, vegetables, fruits and beans. This is the key thing. It's very tempting to select something bad. Once in a while you do want to treat yourself, but you definitely want to treat yourself with a good food every day. And in India, it's very good that you get best of the best vegetables, and I enjoy eating vegetables when I come visit India. In the US, we don't get that high quality of the vegetables here. We get a lot of the meat here, but the vegetables are definitely not as good as India. So enjoy that. Then limit the consumption of fast food and other processed foods here. For example, starch, sodas, burgers, and fries and all that. Once in a while is okay. When I went to Kolhapur this time, I went to have masala dosa, and the guy put so much cheese on it. And when did we start eating masala dosa with cheese on it? I don't want that. Masala dosa tastes good with sambar and chutney or with the potato vegetable, right? So you don't have to adopt to Western culture, put cheese on everything where it's not needed. Cheese and wine is consumed by people here in the US in the north side mostly because it's very cold. They need to heat up their body. So depending on your environment where you live, you adapt to the food what we have there. In India, whatever you eat, your ancestors used to eat, you used to stick with it. Once in a while, you enjoy all this Western food. But if you look at the calorie intake in the Western food versus, what the same burger looks like in Europe, you'll be surprised how different they are. Then second, be on a healthy weight. Maintain your weight. Go for a walk. Physical exercise is very important. Limit consumption of red and processed meat. This is where I feel like US definitely has to learn a lot because a lot of meat is processed here. They are hormone injected, and that's why you see a lot of cancer prevalence being high in US. Limit your sugar intake. You don't need sugar in everything. Try to limit that. Limit alcohol. Anything in moderation is always good. Once in a while you want to enjoy, nothing wrong with it, but you have to limit that, right? Then you should have a regular checkup with your doctors. If you have a family history of certain things, keep following up. Keep an eye on yourself. Keep an eye on all your family members. Do not use supplements for cancer prevention. In this case, go with the older style. Don't consume turmeric tablet when you have a organic turmeric from your grandmother's kitchen. So consume that organic turmeric instead of taking a turmeric tablet. Try to go to the traditional methods where we have organic ways of treating our body. So what we have to choose wisely, once in a while, this is okay to eat, but you want to make a balance between what is good for you and what is good for you to make that balance so that you push that onset of disease or cancer forward. So I always love Indiana Jones movies, and if most of you must remember this scene where Indiana has to choose a glass for a mortality liquid, right? So the guy here who's protecting that thing says you must choose, but you must choose wisely. All this shiny, glamorous looking thing, they might not be good for you. Go with the simple things, nuts and fruits and healthy fat like salmon and avocados. Our turmeric is here, lots of fruits. This is what will keep you healthy. So I hope you take this message back to your family and try to be as healthy as possible so that, I don't want to see any cancer patient in this world, but it is in the world we are living in. So we have to make everything possible to make sure we are not passing these cancers to our next generation, and they're making a better choice for us and our future generation. So I hope this is helpful for you, and I would like to thank the organizers again and my edu teachers for giving me the opportunity to speak today. So thank you very much. I think I will pass the podium to the next presenter. And since it's 12:30 a.m. here, I'll take a leave. And if you have any questions, please provide your questions to Kulkarni Madam, and I'll try to do my best to answer them through emails. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a lovely day.
Yes, madam. Myself, Dr. Madhuri Valvekar. Thank you, madam, for a very, very nice session. And you have given very nice information on tumor, because nowadays in India, not only in India, but in our region also, the number of cancer patients are increasing tremendously. And your message, take home message, that is definitely we will try to change our lifestyle, because nowadays junk food and all these, instead of our previous diet style, we have changed. So definitely, madam, your take home message is very much important, and we will try to, not only for us but our family should also, we will try to this your message, that is healthy lifestyle and the exercise. Definitely we will try to maintain our weight and sugar also, madam. So thank you for very nice, informative, and also all the how the prevalence of cancers are increasing, and all that immunology in the cancer, that was also very nice, and our all students might they have hope, that is they have learn all these things. So thank you, madam, from this your very nice and informative lecture.
Thank you very much for your kind words, and I hope everybody takes this message. And you saw me coughing this morning during the session because my immune system has gone down. Being here for 25 years, now I'm allergic to pollens. So now spring is coming here, so I'm getting some reactions for pollens. I used to love flowers, but now I'm scared to go next to the flowers. So now you can see my immune system went down in the last 25 years. So when you are in India, your immune system is way better. So keep up with it. They're not looking like your immune system is not bored, that it's finding some other simple things to attack.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's where the autoimmune diseases are coming up. In my case, it's my allergy for pollens, here. The flowers are blooming now, so I'm having a heck of a hard time. I have to take Allegra every day, otherwise I can't even speak, So, I wish everybody a very good health. Please keep up with it. Please combine your old traditions with the new lifestyle. Don't trash the old traditions, whatever our grandma used to. And I forgot to mention one thing. During the microbiome session, I wanted to mention, if some of you might remember your grandma giving you oil once a month, to 2 teaspoons or tablespoon of oil, and you had a heck of a hard day, but that was really important because that is called colon cleansing. And if you do it once a month, that cleans all the residues which are left behind, that keeps your colon clean and your microbiome healthy. So whatever they used to do, they wrapped it up in the traditions, but they had science can back it up right now 100%. So listen to your grandma and grandfathers.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, everyone. I enjoy your next sessions. I'm going to go to bed now. It's like 12:38 now. So I thank again to the organizers, and I look forward to future conferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Very nice explanation of the cancer. So here I told Dr. Geze sir to introduce chairperson of this session.
Hello.
I am here to introduce chairpersons of this plenary session, Honorable Principal, Convener of this conference. Chairperson of this conference is Professor Dr. Madhuri Walvekar, Madam. She is a professor, Department of Zoology, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Her specialization is cell biology. Her teaching experience is 17 years. She had guided 8 PhD students, 1 MPhil student. She had published 60 research papers and presented 55 papers in different national and international conferences. She also presented paper in Thailand. She had 2 patents on his credit. She handled major research projects, 3. She is a Senate member of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Her research area is gerontology, diabetics, nanotechnology, phytochemistry, salivary glands, and endocrine glands. Now, with this, I conclude the introductory speech of chairperson.
So I am here for vote of thanks. Vaishali explained very nicely about cancer. So traditional methods of the prevention of the cancer and the new methods of the prevention of the cancer. He explained the role of garlic and turmeric and onion about the prevention of cancer. Indian food having generally such of the spices, so we are having very low rate of the cancer. She again explained very nicely about cancer and about biomarkers which was able to prevent different of the cancers in our body. So thank you very much again. So here I thank Dr. Kulkarni ma'am. She makes very nice communication with Vaishali as well as Dr. D.R. Patil sir. So because of both of you taking keen interest to organize such type of the lecture. So again I will thank Dr. Kaya sir and Dr. Mane sir for organizing this first session, first lecture, very nicely organized. So I will again thank all of audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for wonderful session, Dr. Vaishali. I am very much thankful to Professor Dr. M.V. Walvekar for joining here with Department of Zoology, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Here we start the next session, the plenary session number 2 of today's International Conference on Recent Trends in Pure and Applied Sciences. Here I request to Dr. S.R. Mane to come on the stage, Dr. V.G. Kai, the principal of our college. Here with the chairperson of this session, Professor Dr. Nitin Shinde, Professor and Head Department of Physics, KRP College, Islampur. So here I request Dr. R.H. Patil, Department of Physics, Head of Department of Physics, Srimati Kusumtai Rajaram Bapu Patil, Kanya Mahavidyalaya, to start this session. I request him to start this session. Thank you.
I welcome you all in this second session of second day of this conference. The chairperson of this session is Dr. Nitin Shinde sir. Speaker of this session is Dr. Samanta Mali sir from South Korea. The rapporteur of this session is Professor S.R. Shargaonkar sir from Department of Chemistry, Kusumtai Rajaram Bapu Patil Mahavidyalaya, Islampur. Principal of this college, Kale sir. Convener of this conference, Professor Dr. S.R. Mane sir. The session second of this day is on non-conventional renewable energy resources, especially the most prospective source of energy, non-conventional renewable energy sources, solar energy. The topic of speaker Samanta Mali sir is recent advances in solar cells. For this session, we have got a chairperson. The introduction of that chairperson is very vast, but in short I am giving some highlights of his biodata, and it is our proud that we have got such a person as a chairperson for this session. Dr. N.S. Shinde is a professor, vice principal, professor of physics at Kusumtai at KBP College, Islampur, and he is social activist also. He is working as a vice principal as well as social activist in Andhasandha Nirmulan Samiti. He is author of number of books. He has edited number of magazines, especially magazine related to Andhasandha Nirmulan Samiti, He is a editor of Vivek Jagar magazine. He is a coordinator of Mobile Digital Planetarium project of Andhashraddha Nirmulana Maharashtra Andhashraddha Nirmulana Samiti. He is a state secretary of Indian Association of Physics Teachers. He is ex-director of Karmavir MPSC Center at Islampur. He has published 19 papers in national and international journals and is presented 30 research papers in international conferences. He has published number of books, some of the important books which have got award for these publications is सफर विश्वाची, दोस्ती ग्रह तारेंशी, असाही विचार करायला काय हरकत आहे, यात असे आहे तरी काय, पत्रिका जुळवताना, अंतराळ समजून घेताना, ओळखा नवरात्रांचा विळखा, फलज्योतिष या प्रमुख पुस्तकांची त्यांच्या नावे नोंद आहे. He has got 1,40,000 copies of book sold so far. The book is Dosti Grah Tarenshi. He published more than 46 articles in magazines and newspapers. He delivered more than 2,000 episodes on FM radio on astrology, astronomy. He's presented 90 episodes on science, and he has got awards. The Best Literature Award for his book Safar Vishwachi, and his Best Literature Award for his Antaral Samjun Ghetana, that second book, and his Best Literature Award from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Sahitya Academy Latur for his book Patrika Julovtana. He has got award from Dattaji Rao Mane Sangli Smriti Award for social activities, and again Nisarg Mitra Award from Nisarg Mitra Mandal Varnanagar. Such eminent personality we have got today, and it is our honor to have such a person as a chairperson for this session. First we are going to felicitate this chairperson, and then we proceed for this session.
I request Dr. S.R. Mane and Dr. V.G. Kale sir to felicitate our chairperson, Dr. N.S. Shinde, Professor N.S. Shinde, Vice Principal and Head Department of Physics, KBP College, Islampur.
Now over to
Shinde
Dr.
sir.
N.S. Shinde.
Just one felicitation is going to carry on this renowned session, and for this international conference in recent trends in pure and applied sciences, we got one international candidate who has presented his oral presentation. Mr. Moyo, warm welcome to you, and please come on this stage. I request Dr. V.G. Kale sir, Dr. S.R. Mane and Dr. Nitin Shinde sir to felicitate Moyo, who is international oral presenter for this conference.
Here is a great
And
success
this is
of international
a
conference.
grand success of our
Student of
conference,
PhD chemistry.
that we got the international
participating
candidate
herein.
for oral presentation.
Now, Alfred More is doing PhD in Department of Chemistry under the guidance of Dr. Anbule sir, and he is a fresh PhD candidate. We have communicated with and participated along with us. He had also presented yesterday research paper in chemistry. Thanks.
I request Dr. Nitin Shinde sir to come on this stage
Yes.
and start the session. Please, sir.
Now over to N.S. Shinde sir to continue this session. He will introduce Samanta Mari sir, and session will start.
Now, after online international conference, this is really offline international conference. Dignitaries on the dais, especially principal of the college, Dr. Kale sir, convener of the conference, Professor Dr. Mane sir,
my colleagues R.H. Patil and Shalagaonkar sir. Now we are in the second plenary session after very informative and enthusiastic first plenary session related to cancer. Now we are switching over to solar cells, from cancer to solar. He joined, I think. Resource person has joined. Yes, yeah. So, respected resource person of this session, Dr. Sawanta Mali, and dear participants, on behalf of organizing committee of International Conference on Recent Advances in Pure and Applied Sciences, I first of all welcome resource personality of this plenary session, Dr. Sawanta Mali, who joined through online platform, and a few of the participants that might be joined online and you are offline. So I welcome all. Now before the presentation of Dr. Sawanta Mali, it's my great pleasure to introduce this outstanding overseas young researcher who is alumni of our university. So we feel proud. Currently he is working as Associate Research Professor at Polymer Energy Materials Laboratory, Chonnam National University, Gwangju, South Korea. His research performance is too strong. Be careful, youngsters. 235 plus research articles and paper publications to his credit, along with 4 book chapters and 6 review articles. His research received more than 8,500 citations with H index 53. The highest impact factor for his publication is 31.041. It's none other than Materials Today. This must be a point to be noted by the audience. His research background was supported and felicitated with more than 21 fellowships and awards. Few of the fellowships include Korean Research Fellowship, prestigious Brain Pool Fellowship, Dr. D.S. Kothari Postdoctoral Research Fellow from Savitribai Phule Pune University. The awards include Best Thesis Award from International Solvothermal and Hydrothermal Association, France. Best Research Award from Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Outstanding Overseas Young Researcher from National Research Foundation of Korea. Excellent Young Research Award from Korean Society of Industrial Engineering and Chemistry. As a resource person, he addressed various conferences and organized by universities and colleges from India as well as from abroad, such as China, Singapore, South Korea, and France. His area of research interest includes functional nanomaterial synthesis by hydrothermal techniques, having applications in dye-sensitized solar cells, quantum dot sensitized solar cells, and perovskite solar cells, especially is from solar cell category. He contributed to the scientific community with new recipe for the synthesis of various nanomaterials. During his postdoctoral research, he focused on perovskite solar cells. So far, he developed different compositions of perovskites using different cations. Now friends, today he is going to deliver a talk on recent advances in solar cells, a fast growing area of research which is helpful to the society to tackle energy crisis. I am sure that his presentation will benefit the young researchers and to the society as an application point of view. So on behalf of organizers, I request Dr. Sawanta Mali sir to deliver a talk. Over to Dr. Mali sir. Am I audible, sir?
Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
You are audible, sir. warm welcome to Dr. Sawanta Mahi.
Thank you, sir. May I share the slides?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, you can share your slides. Please.
Slides are visible, sir,
Yes, yes, it is visible, sir.
and clear, audible.
Yeah, clear.
Thank you very much, sir, for a warm introduction for this conference. And I would like to thank the coordinator and Professor Mane sir from the KRP College for inviting me to share my results in this international conference. Also, I would like to thank everyone to turn on this morning to participate in this conference, and I'm glad. So I hope this talk will be helpful for the master, PhD, and academicians from different area like physics, chemistry, and biochemistry departments. So let's see how it will be the helpful for the audience. So today I'm going to talk about the perovskite solar cells, and today my topic is perovskite skyrocketing efficiency. Why I mentioned the skyrocketing efficiency? The reason is very simple, because the efficiency is reached now 25.7% within 1 decade. That means perovskite solar cell has some potential for its commercialization. So in this presentation, I would like to talk about the different generation of the solar cells, and very basic introduction and very short introduction about the solar cells, and then I will move about the perovskite solar cell, how to fabricate that new type of the solar cells with the help of the different techniques like spin coating or thermal evaporation. And then I will also discuss which alternative ETLs and HTLs, that is electron transporting layer and hole transporting layer, can be implemented for the fabrication of this kind of device in order to improve the air stability of the perovskite solar cells. And finally, I will conclude some kind of the waterproof and bio-inspired carbon-based carbon perovskite solar cells. Then in second part, I will move on the all inorganic perovskite solar cells, which is thermally stable, and how to upscale that technology at the module scale. And then I will conclude my session. So before starting this session, I would like to explain what I did during my PhD work. Basically, I'm PhD student from the physics department. I did my PhD from Professor P.S. Patil sir. Currently, he is a Pro-Vice Chancellor at Shivaji University, Kolhapur. So during my PhD work, I synthesized different nanostructures of the TiO2, which is synthesized by hydrothermal method, and that nanostructures has been implemented for the fabrication of building photovoltaics, such as dye-sensitized solar cells and quantum dot solar cells, and as well as the some kind of the hybrid solar cells. So with these nanostructures and different device configuration and different types of the low-cost photovoltaics, we achieved 7.4% conversion efficiency for the dye-sensitized solar cell, which is based on the nanoflower-like morphology. And then for the hybrid type solid-state device, the 2.8% efficiency we achieved. Of course, this number is not that much high, but during that period in limited facility, we achieved this number. So let's start with the solar cell. Why we need to develop the solar cell or photovoltaics? Because currently 16 terawatt global power demand, and we need to supply this power in some means. So currently we are getting the energy from the different energy sources, but that is somehow will finish someday. So we need to think about the renewable energy. If you think about the renewable energy, then we have a lot of options like wind energy, tide energy, geothermal energy, hydroelectric energy, as well as biomass energy. But if we compare the how much energy we can get from the solar cells, that is quite abundant. That's why people are thinking about the how to capture the solar energy, and we can convert it in our electricity or other energy form. So one of the best or easiest way to capture the solar energy to do the photosynthesis, like grow the plant, harvest them, burn them, and then we can generate some kind of the energy. But the amount of energy which is produced from the tree during using the photosynthesis method, it's quite low. It's almost 0.3%. So that means nothing. So people scientists are thinking some alternative device to capture the solar energy. So the best example or best approach is to fabricate the solar cell. So this is the first invention by scientist Becquerel, and he developed some kind of the electrochemical photovoltaic cell with the help of some electrolytes and PT based electrochemical electrode. So with the help of this, he could produce some kind of the energy, voltage and current, but of course efficiency was not good. Then scientist Fried in 1883, he used some kind of the sandwich device which contains selenium layer and very thin layer, transparent thin layer of the gold. So once the light is shined on this type of device, that kind of device can produce the electricity, some kind of voltage and current, but of course efficiency was not good at all. And then in 1954, the Bell Laboratory, they developed, this is the real PN junction solar cell, and this type of solar cell photovoltaic now producing more than 25% conversion efficiency at the module scale. If you check the global cumulative installed solar PV capacity, then you can realize that currently we are getting almost 1000 gigawatt energy from the solar PV. So that is really good for our society. So if you think about the price of the different with respect to year, then initially the solar photovoltaic is really expensive. You need to pay almost $76 per watt, but nowadays you can pay only 0.3 cent. That means the solar PV already getting cheaper and cheaper. So there was one technical bid in Abu Dhabi, and they mentioned they can produce they can provide the even 2.42 cent per kilowatt hour. That means solar PV already getting cheaper. So the concept is that because we don't have the 24-hour solar light, so we need to capture the solar energy and convert it into the electric energy with the help of the solar PV, and we need to store in terms of the battery, and then we can implement for our daily life. So there is one announcement by the Tesla. They mentioned the 50 gigawatt in annual battery production by 2020, and that much energy is enough to charge 500,000 Tesla cars. But of course the cost of storage is much higher than generation of the PV, and another thing is that the battery is not yet commercialized at the large scale. So let's start with the perovskite, let's start with the silicon solar cell or solar cells. So basically solar cells can be categorized into 3 different generations, such as a silicon solar cell, which is already commercialized in the market. The second generation is amorphous silicon, polycrystalline or CIGS, and CDT based, which is basically thin film solar cells. And then third generation contains the building photovoltaics. Basically the third generation we can also call it as a low cost photovoltaics, because the production cost of this type of solar cells are very cheap. This building photovoltaics can be categorized into 2 different types, like organic photovoltaics and sensitized solar cell. In case of the organic photovoltaics, we can categorize to 3 different types, like planar heterojunction, bulk heterojunction, and tandem polymer solar cell. But the stability of the organic photovoltaics is not good, so that's why the people are moved to another type, that is sensitized solar cell. And sensitized solar cell can be categorized into 3 different types, like dye-sensitized solar cells, which is also known as a Gratzel solar cell, because Michael Gratzel, he invented this type of solar cell. And then quantum dot sensitized solar cell, instead of the dye molecule, we can use the quantum dots like CDS or PBS or CDT quantum dots. So as a photon absorber, so that type of solar cell we can call as a quantum dot sensitized solar cell. And I can say the third type, but this is the fourth generation, which is the perovskite solar cell. Because why I mentioned the perovskite solar cell is fourth generation, because it has some different configuration, and it shows really high efficiency and now competing with the silicon solar cell. Let's see how we can get the more information about the perovskite solar cell. If you check the module efficiency and cost, then the second generation, first generation, which is based on the silicon, the production cost is very high, and also it shows nearly 20% efficiency. That means we need to think about the alternative generation. In case of the dye-center solar cell is really cost-effective technology, but the problem is that the dye-center solar cell shows limited power conversion efficiency at the module scale, and therefore we need to think about the third generation that can be cost-effective and produce more than 60% efficiency. Why I mention here more than 60%? Because Shockley-Kossel limit is nearly 32%, but here I mention more than 60%. That means we can make it multi-junction solar cell, and with the help of the silicon as well as the perovskite or perovskite, and then we can cross even 60%. That's why we need to think about the low cost as well as highly efficient solar cell generation. So this is a very simple working principles of the different devices. So here first figure shows the working principle of silicon PN junction silicon solar cells. So basically the p-type layer can absorb the photon energy, and because of the electronegativity of the n-type layer, the electron will separate, extract from this p-type layer, and will flow from the external circuit to produce the electricity. This is a very simple principle. In case of the dye-center solar cell, basically dye-center solar cells can be illuminated from the back side. So we need to use some kind of the transparent conducting oxide, such as FTO or ITO, which is coated with the very thin layer of the TiO2 nanoparticles, and which is loaded with the dye molecules. Basically N719 dye can be used as a photon absorber, and the device can be completed with the help of the catalytic FTO substrate. So once the light is shine on this type of device, then the dye molecules can absorb the photon energy, and dye get excited, and it will the electron will flow from the HOMO to LUMO, and will flow from the LUMO to conduction band of the TiO2, and will flow from the external circuit to produce the electricity. At the same time, there is a reaction between oxidation and reduction in the electrolyte, and the dye molecules is ready to absorb the new photon. But the problem of the dye-center solar cell is the liquid electrolyte. So liquid electrolyte is unstable, and that's why this type of technology is still growing, but it has some limitation. Then third type is CIGS, which is we can also call it thin film solar cells. So instead of the p-type silicon layer, here we can use the CIGS as a photon absorber, and CDS and zinc oxide as a electron extractor. So once the light is shine on this type of device, then this p-type material CIGS absorb the particular solar spectrum and will get excited, and then because of the electronegativity of the CDS and zinc oxide, then electron get excited, dissociate, and will flow from the external circuit to produce the electricity. And this technology is also commercialized with nearly 17% efficiency at the module scale. In case of the polymer solar cell, instead of the CIGS or dye or p-type silicon, here we can use some kind of the conducting polymers such as P3HT as a p-type material or photon absorber, and n-type as a PCBM or fullerene as a n-type semiconductor or n-type material. So in this type of device, once the light is shined, the photon energy absorbed by this conducting polymer such as P3HT, and it get electron hole exciton will form, and because of the electronegativity of the fullerene or PCBM, it get dissociate and will flow from the external circuit. So here this type of device also called as exciton solar cell, because the electron hole once the light is shine on this type of device, the exciton will form, and once the exciton is formed, because of the negativity, electronegativity of the PCBM, it get dissociate and will flow from the external circuit to produce the electricity. So as I mentioned, the perovskite solar cell. So this is a very simple device architecture of the perovskite solar cell. Here I have used a very thin layer of the compact TiO2 and a mesoporous TiO2, which is loaded with the perovskite material, and the device can be completed with the help of the Spiro MEOTID as a whole transporting layer and gold as a top contact layer. So in this case, this is actually next version of the dye-sensitized solar cell. Instead of the electrolyte, we can use here whole transporting layer, and instead of the dye molecules, here we can use the perovskite as a absorber. So in this case, once the light is shine on this type of the device, then the heart of this device is perovskite, can absorb the photon energy with the particular band gap or particular wavelength, and then electron get excited from the valence band to the conduction band, and because of the n-type negativity of the TiO2, it get extracted from the perovskite layer and will flow from the FTO to the external circuit to produce the electricity. At the same time, the hole will transport from the perovskite valence band to the HTL to the gold. So that means this is very simple, and with the help of this very simple JV curve, the current voltage curve, we can calculate the efficiency as well as fill factor and different parameters of the solar cell. So based on the different electrode and HTL, ETL and HTLs, we can categorize the different configuration or different types of the perovskite solar cell. So as I mentioned, the perovskite solar cell is the next generation of the dye-sensitized solar cell. So this is a very typical device configuration of the dye-sensitized solar cell, as I mentioned before. So instead of the electrolyte, I'm going to short this slide. So instead of the electrolyte, liquid electrolyte, if you replace the electrolyte with the solid state whole transporting layer, then we can call this device as a solid state dye-sensitized solar cell, and it has a relatively higher stability than the liquid based dye-sensitized solar cell. So if we replace the dye molecules with the perovskite material, then we can call as a perovskite mesoporous scaffold type device architecture. Why I mention here mesoporous scaffold? Because here we used Al2O3 or TiO2 as a scaffold layer. So this is the perovskite mesoporous scaffold device configuration. But we don't need to use the even mesoporous TiO2 or Al2O3. So if we remove this layer, then the third composition is formed as a perovskite planar type device configuration, or perovskite planar perovskite solar cells. So here I removed the Al2O3 or TiO2 mesoporous layer. So perovskite has ambipolar in nature, so it is an intrinsic semiconducting material. So perovskite can be used either PIN or NIP device configuration. So based on the position of the electron transporting layer and position of the hole transporting layer, we can categorize it into 4 different types. So here is the first type that I already discussed about, the NIP mesoscopic or mesoporous device architecture. So in this case here we mentioned the NIP device architecture. That means once the light is shine on this type of configuration, the first layer comes the TiO2 or N-type semiconducting material, then intrinsic semiconductor, which is the perovskite material, and then whole transporting layer, which is P-type semiconducting in nature. So that's why people are giving this type of configuration is NIP mesoscopic. Then as I mentioned here, we don't need to use the mesoporous TiO2. Then if we remove the mesoporous TiO2, then it's a planar device configuration, but it's a normal or NIP planar device configuration. But because of the intrinsic semiconducting behavior of the perovskite material, if we replace the electron transporting layer with the whole transporting layer, suppose P.PSS, which is P-type semiconducting material, and whole transporting material can be replaced with the electron transporting material like PCBM, then it's inverted type device configuration, and we can call it as a NIP planar because here is no mesoporous material. So this is the NIP device configuration. But for this configuration, period PSS is sensitive to the moisture, and it will degrade very quickly. So alternative stable hole transporting material we can use, and which is the nickel oxide, which is p-type semiconducting in nature. And then instead of the mesoporous TiO2, here we can use the mesoporous nickel oxide nanoparticles, and as a PCBM as a ETL. So we can call this type of configuration is inverted PIN mesoscopic device configuration. So these are the 4 different configurations of the perovskite solar cell, and that we are working on different configuration. So if you check the solar cell efficiency chart reported by the NREL, so there are number of solar cell generations, and if you check the efficiency particularly for the perovskite solar cell, so perovskite solar cell firstly invented in 2012, and for 15% has been reported in 2013, and now this efficiency has been reached up to 25.7%, so which is very fast grown technology compared to the other generation. And if we combine with the silicon solar cell like a tandem solar cell, then this value is reached up to 32.5%. That means perovskite solar cell has some potential in order to get at the commercialized scale. So if we check the number of publications based on the perovskite solar cell, this is the Scopus results. So here I have used just a keyword like perovskite solar cell, and you can easily recognize that the first reported by Professor Miyasaka. He is a Japanese scientist in 2009, which is single paper, and then in 2011 Nagyo Park he reported some dicenter solar cell based perovskite solar cell devices, and then in 2012 they reported there were only 4 reports by Nagyo Park, Gretzer and Snaith. But if this number is reached more than 4,900 in 2012, that means perovskite solar cell is really a red hot topic in the low cost photovoltaic industry. There was one article published by the scientist by Dr. Dev. So he mentioned the title like perovskite solar cell is hero, villain or just a plain fantasy, because the main reason is perovskite solar cell or highly efficient perovskite solar cell is based on the PB, and PB is toxic in nature. But if you check the how much amount we are going to use, then it is very low amount we are using, which if you check the average we are using just 2 milligram per watt per watt for the perovskite, for the fabrication of the perovskite solar cell. But if we compare the automobile batteries, then it's almost 9 million. That means we are using really low of course we are using the lead, but we are using a very less amount for the fabrication of the perovskite solar cell. And also if you check the energy payback time of the different photovoltaics, then currently the energy payback time for the silicon solar cell is more than 2 years. But if I check the perovskite solar cell energy payback time, then it's in less than 6 months. That means perovskite solar cell already getting cheaper and cheaper. And also we can recycle the PB. This is the schematic representation of the how we can recycle the PB. If our device is dead after a few years, then we can do some chemical process, and with some cation exchange process, and with the help of this technique we can recycle the PB, and again we can fabricate the perovskite solar cell. That means perovskite lead can be recycled. That's why we are not harming to the environment. So let's start with the perovskite solar cell. So perovskite solar cell research, currently people are trying to stabilize the perovskite phase with the help of the different halides and cations in order to make the air and moisture stable perovskite solar cell, and they are trying to upscale as well as trying to make the flexible solar cell. And as far as the commercial point of view, we need to fabricate the any type of the solar cell that can produce at least more than 25% efficiency, and that can sustain more than 25 years. But for the perovskite solar cell, we can say the more than 15 years is okay, because we can recycle the PB. So let's start with the perovskite solar cell. So looking back into the history of the perovskite solar cell, this type of configuration or this type of the structure has been invented by the one of the Russian scientist, Professor Gustav Rose, in 1839, and which is the structure is very similar to the calcium titanium trioxide, having a generic formula AbX3. Of course, this calcium titanium trioxide is insulating in nature. But at that time, he didn't mention this type of structure is perovskite. But in the scientist Perovsky, he actually given the name for this configuration is perovskite with his name. And after that, any structure which is similar to the AbX3 or calcium titanium trioxide, we can call this is the perovskite structure. But up to 1994, there is no any report for the semiconductor as well as the metallic behavior of this type of the perovskite material. And in 2012, the Professor Miyasaka, he firstly demonstrated this type of material can be used for the solar cell application. So as I mentioned, the calcium titanium trioxide is insulating in nature, but if we replaced calcium or A site with some kind of organic cation such as CH3NH3, which is methyl ammonium, then B site can be replaced with the PB, and X site can be replaced with any halide such as iodine or bromine. Then this composition we can call as a methyl ammonium lead triiodide or MAPBI3, which is semiconducting in nature. And basically in this perovskite solar cell, the halide p orbital like iodine p orbital and PbS orbital is contributing for the formation of the valence band, and PbP orbital is contributing for the formation of the conduction band. And because of this, it has a P2P transition, which is quite rare in the most of the inorganic or hybrid semiconductors, and that's why the perovskite material shows very high absorption coefficient compared to the very efficient gallium arsenide material. That's why perovskite solar cell showing the very high efficiency. Again, looking back into the history, the first report, which is based on the CSPB I3 composition, is reported in 1892. Then the scientist Weber, he also invented different configuration of the MAPB I3, MAPB BR3 or MAPB CL3 composition, and he calculated different parameters of the perovskite material, but he didn't fabricated any perovskite solar cell. And then in 1995, the David Mirzi, he firstly used some kind of tin-based material, tin-based hybrid perovskite material, and he found that it has some kind of the metallic or semiconducting behavior, because he fabricated this material, which is tin lead free material. It shows 0.3 electron volt as a band gap. So he firstly demonstrated this type of material is showing some kind of metallic or semiconducting behavior. And then the Kojima, he's a Miyasaka student, and they used some kind of the solid state reaction between methyl ammonium bromide and lead bromide, and they fabricated the diacetyl solar cell. I'm saying diacetyl solar cell because they used a liquid electrolyte, and they demonstrated 2.1% efficiency. Of course, this number is not high, but this is the first demonstration by the Professor Miyasaka. And then later he fabricated different composition of the perovskite material like PbBr3 and PbI3, and demonstrated 3.8% conversion efficiency in 2009. Then in 2011, the Professor Nangyu Park, he's a Korean scientist, he also used a similar concept, dissector solar cell concept, and used perovskite quantum dots and implemented in this material dissector solar cell configuration, and that type of device shows 6.5% conversion efficiency. But of course they both already mentioned that these type of devices are not stable at all, because within 30 minutes that device shows 0% efficiency. So we need to think about the stabilizing the perovskite material. So after 1 year they invented some kind of the solid state hole transporting layer, that is HTM, which is based on the doped spiro MeO-TAD as a polymeric material. And once they used MAPB I3 composition and used a solid state hole transporting layer, then they found that this type of configuration showing more than 9% conversion efficiency for the small area. But if we check the stability of these devices, then the stability is quite high, more than 500 hours. They demonstrated the efficiency, stable efficiency of this type of devices. That means the whole transporting layer is also playing the critical role in order to stabilize the perovskite material. Then in 2013, the Professor Gretzel, he also developed some kind of the sequential deposition method for this MAPB I3 composition, and he also used a whole solid state hole transporting layer and demonstrated exactly 15% conversion efficiency. After 2 months, the Professor Henry Snaith, he's from the Oxford, so he also used some kind of the thermal evaporation method. So PBI3, PBI2 and MAI, he used in different sources of the thermal evaporator, and he used thermal evaporation process, and he also demonstrated nearly 15% conversion efficiency. So if we check the progress of the perovskite solar cell from 3.8 to the 15%, which is within 4 years, that means the perovskite solar cell has some promising properties that makes him the efficient solar cell. So I can say the perovskite solar cell is started once again in low cost photovoltaics, and there are a lot of recipes used in the literature. So initially the 3.8% by Professor Miyasaka, and later on different aspect like sequential deposition or solid state hole transporting layer. Then the Professor Suck, he used some kind of polymer bilayer as a hole transporting layer. Then in 2013 the Professor Suck, he used or he developed some kind of the anti-solvent method, which is the now most popular method for the deposition of the perovskite thin film, and he demonstrated more than 16% conversion efficiency. And then people are also using some kind of the interfacial engineering or compositional engineering in order to get the highly efficient perovskite solar cell, and currently 25.9% has been reported with the help of the different composition like FAPB-I3 and MACL as additive, and with the help of different composition we can produce more than 25% conversion efficiency. So this is the timelines for the how the perovskite solar cell is growing from 2009 to 2022. So basically in our laboratory we are fabricating the normal NIP device configuration, which is based on the compact TiO2 and mesoporous TiO2, and this layer, the perovskite layer, has been deposited with the help of the simple solvent engineering method, and then we can complete the device with the help of the whole transporting layer like Spiro or PTA, and with the help of the gold contact layer. This is the very simple photograph of the perovskite thin film which is fabricated in our laboratory. But why perovskite solar cell shows very high efficiency? Because it has a tunable band gap, so we can tune the perovskite band gap from an IR region to the UV region with the help of the different cations and anions, and it has a very high absorption coefficient. As I mentioned before, it has very high absorption coefficient even more than the gallium arsenide, and it has low exciton binding energy. That means the recombination rate is very low, and because of the high dielectric constant, it has very low recombination rate, and it has very high diffusion coefficient. And these are some promising properties like shallow trap sites. That's why the perovskite solar cell shows nearly equal open circuit voltage to the band gap of a particular band gap of the perovskite material. And this is the, as I mentioned before, the perovskite solar cell has generic formula ABX3, and we have really vast libraries at A site, at B site, and X site. Suppose in this case, suppose if I choose the Fa formaldinium from the A site, lead from the B site, and iodine from the X site, then the composition will be the FAPBI3, and which shows 1.49 electron hole band gap. And people are using different kinds of the additives for the A site, B site, and X site in order to stabilize or tune the band gap of the particular perovskite material. So we have vast library, and with the help of the different composition of the A site and B site, we can tune the perovskite band gap from the UV region. Suppose this is a UV region. The CSPB-Cl3 shows nearly 3.2 electron hole band gap, while the PBSN based MASN PBI3 composition shows nearly NIR band gap. That means we can use this type of perovskite solar cell even for the fabrication of multi-junction solar cell. So with the help of this, we can tune the band gap. So the basic thing is that the A site cationic radii and B site cationic radii will seriously affect on the lattice contraction or lattice expansion, and based on that we can say if there is a lattice contraction, then the resultant perovskite composition shows the smaller band gap, but if there is a lattice relaxation, then the perovskite solar cells perovskite composition shows wider band gap. So this is a very simple theory for the tuning the perovskite band gap. And there is also a lot of research is going on in the lead-free perovskite material, but I'm not expert in this area. But there is a lot of research is going on, particularly double halide and triple halide perovskite, and their application particularly in the X-ray detector or LED application. So coming to my main topic, so in first part I'm going to discuss about how to fabricate the organic inorganic hybrid type perovskite solar cell at laboratory scale, and how we can implement at the module scale. In our laboratory we are using different configuration of the perovskite, such as standard, which is based on the commercially available TiO2 paste. Then we are also fabricating the TiO2 nanorods, which is synthesized by the hydrothermal method, and we are using some kind of the passivation method in order to improve the interface between perovskite and ETL. Also we are fabricating the inverted type perovskite solar cell, which is based on the nickel oxide, nanoporous nickel oxide as an whole transporting layer. Also carbon-based material that can be implemented as a whole transporting material for the carbon-based perovskite solar cell, which is waterproof in nature. And also we are developing some kind of the alternative low-cost whole transporting layer, such as copper phthalocyanine, which is thermally stable. So the basic steps are for the fabrication of the perovskite solar cell are: the first, we need to fabricate the electron transporting layers such as TiO2 or zinc oxide or some kind of ternary oxides. Then with the help of different techniques, you can use spin coating, hydrothermal or electrospinning, or even sputtering for the fabrication of electron transporting layer. The perovskite material can be deposited by simple spin coating method that I will discuss in my next slide. Then hole transporting material, we can use again a simple spin coating method, and with the help of the thermal evaporation, we can make the top contact layers, and then we can test our device. So I have reviewed this paper in 2016, and I have, if you are interested in this, then you can go through this paper. But the main thing is that in 2016 I predicted more than 25% efficiency can be possible with the help of the different composition and different hole and electron transporting layer. And recently the one Korean group, they already reported more than 25% conversion efficiency. That means our prediction was in right direction. So this is the different steps how we are fabricating the perovskite material, and there are different layers. Basically for the ETL synthesis, we are using hydrothermal and spin coating method. This is very simple demonstration. Either you can use the spin coating method with the TiO2 precursor, or hydrothermal method for the synthesis of the TiO2 nano rods, or electrospinning for the TiO2 nano or TiO2 zinc oxide, or any oxide, any N-type oxides, nanofibers. In case of the perovskite material, initially we are using some chemical process like adding the methylamine and HI, hydroiodide, in ice bath, and with the help of the Rotora evaporator, we can synthesize the MAI powder, and we can prepare the perovskite solution, and then we can fabricate the perovskite thin film. But nowadays the MAI, different perovskite precursor are available in the market, so you can purchase from the market, no problem at all. And in case of the hole transporting layer, we are using the Spiro based hole transporting layer, PTA, P3HT, and also we are using some low cost copper phthalocyanine inorganic hole transporting layer. And in case of the case of the contact, top contact, we can use aluminum, silver, gold, or even the combination of calcium, silver, or calcium aluminum, based on the which bottom layer you are going to use. So with the help of this basic research background, we initially fabricated our first device in 2013, which is very similar to the grade gel cell. So here I have used mesoporous TiO2, which is deposited on the FGF substrate, and then the perovskite material is deposited with the help of the spin coating, and then also hole transporting layer is deposited with the help of spin coating, and finally we can finish the device with the help of the gold top layer. So if I check the TM images of this mesoporous TiO2 perovskite material, then I found that the perovskite quantum dots are agglomerated on the mesoporous TiO2, and once the fabricated device and tested its device performance, then I found that more than 11% conversion efficiency for the Spiro based hole transporting layer. But if I change the Spiro with the PTA, this is another P-type material, so suddenly I found that the open circuit voltage of this type of device has been crossed one volt. That means the hole transporting layer also playing a key role in order to improve the device performance. Again, we used hydrothermal method for the synthesis of this one-dimensional TiO2 nanorods, and which is passivated with the TiO2, a very thin layer of the TiO2, and then we fabricated the device, and we found that this type of the device configuration also produces more than 13% conversion efficiency. This is the TM image, and you can see the very highly crystalline TiO2 and highly crystalline the perovskite material which is attached on the perovskite, which is attached on the TiO2 surface. So you can easily figure out that this type of architecture is formed in this type of the device configuration. Here I have used the MAPBI3, but if I change the composition from the MAPBI3 to the MAPBI and BR composition, this is we can call this is a mixed halide mixed cation perovskite composition. And if I use this composition, then interestingly the efficiency has been reached up to the 17.5%. That means ETL as well as HTL and the composition of the perovskite material that will affect on your device efficiency. So there are many parameters in order to achieve a highly efficient perovskite device and highly stable device. So first thing, as I mentioned before, that type of whole transporting layer and type of HTL, that is also matter. Which composition you are going to process, that will affect on your device performance, current density as well as open circuit voltage, and how you are depositing in which way you are going to deposit the perovskite thin films. So what is the growth rate and what is the crystallization process, crystallization dynamics, that will affect on your film quality, and that will ultimately affect on your device performance. And also which cation additives and which method you are going to use, like spin coating or thermal evaporation or blade coating, that will decide the device efficiency as well as the stability. And passivation layers in between the perovskite and HTL and perovskite and ETL, that will also affect on the flow of electron and flow of hole between two interfaces, and that will also affect on the device efficiency. So this is a very simple demonstration that we are fabricating the perovskite thin films with the help of the simple spin coating method. So here I have used a simple spin coating method. Of course, we are fabricating the device in the glow box, nitrogen filled glow box. So I have used a transparent TiO2 coated FTO substrate, and very simple spin coating method we used for the fabrication of this device. And here in the second video, so okay, here. So during the spin coating, if we drip some anti-solvents such as the chlorobenzene or toluene, then you can easily recognize the film, transparent film has been converted into the dark brown in nature. And once we anneal at particular temperature, suppose 100 degrees centigrade, then we can get the highly crystalline perovskite thin film. But if you check the color of the two samples, then this is the normal conventional spin coating method, this is the conventional spin coating method, and this is the thin film which is deposited with the help of the anti-solvent method. So here with the help of the anti-solvent method we can produce the highly uniform, which is so here you can check the color of the sample has been more dark for the anti-solvent method. And if I check the surface morphology of both the sample, this is the conventional spin coating method, and this is anti-solvent based spin coating method. So in conventional method we found that the very randomly oriented grains which has very high roughness, but if I use the anti-solvent method, then I found that the very well defined grains and which has very low roughness. That means we can tune the morphology with the help of the anti-solvent method. And also we have used some kind of the sputtering method for the synthesis of the TiO2 on the flexible substrate and fabricated the device, and we found that this type of device also shows more than 15% conversion efficiency. Further, I have studied its bending stability, and this type of the device also shows more than 200 hours, more than 200 bending cycle stable behavior. That means we can also fabricate the flexible devices with the help of this simple solution, as well as some low temperature processed deposition method. So based on this, I have decided to use a different composition and different approach for the fabrication of the perovskite thin film. And this is a very famous composition, mixed halide mixed cation FAMA based. And instead of using bare PbI2 as a precursor, I have modified the PbI2 precursor with the PbI2 DMSO. And instead of using only solvent, I have added some nitrogen doped graphene oxide, reduced graphene oxide in the perovskite in the perovskite precursor, and that precursor has been used for the fabrication of perovskite solar cell or perovskite thin film. So here is the photographs that I have recorded during the annealing process after the dripping the anti-solvent and after the spin coating. I have recorded the photographs of the different methods like single retarding process, that means just I have dripped as anti-solvent for the PBI2 precursor, and then dual retarding, single retarding, that means PBI2 DMSO based precursor, and then PBI2 DMSO plus nitrogen doped RGO based precursor. So I found that if I change the precursor from the PBI2 to the PBI2 DMSO to the nitrogen doped graphene oxide, then you can easily recognize the crystallization process has been delayed up to certain seconds. So initially our conventional method shows quick crystallization. Within a 6 second you can see the light brown is converted into the dark black in color, that means crystallized. This is non-crystallized, or just it's adduct like DMSO PBI2 adduct, and then this process has been delayed with the help of the our precursor, different types of the precursor. So once I recorded the same images of the 3 different composition, then I found that the dual retarding processed sample shows a well defined and ultra large grain size, large grain size of the perovskite material, which is much higher than our conventional retarding or single retarding process. And once we fabricated the perovskite device based on these 3 composition or the 3 processed thin films, then I found that the initial our efficiency of the perovskite composition shows 14%, but if I use the different composition, then I found that more than 20% conversion efficiency. That means the surface morphology of the perovskite material is also affecting on the device performance, and we can improve the device efficiency with the help of the ultra large or highly uniform perovskite thin film. As I mentioned that the perovskite solar cell shows the intrinsic semiconducting behavior, so we can replace the ETL and HTL alternatively, and we can call this configuration is inverted PIN structure. So based on the different materials for the perovskite solar cell, for inverted perovskite solar cell, we can categorize into 4 different types, like type 1, which contains polymeric hole transporting layer, which is mainly P3, mainly P dot PSS, but because of the stability issue, people are using some kind of metal oxide based hole transporting layer like nickel oxide, and this is the type 2. But only they are using fullerene or PCBM based hole transporting electron transporting layer, but which is not enough to extract the electron from the perovskite material. So instead of that, we can use metal oxide based electron transporting layer like zinc oxide or TiO2 or SnO2, and instead of using only metal oxide, compact metal oxide, we can use the metal oxide, nanoporous metal oxide, and we can say this is the inverted PIN fourth type. So here I have focused on the 4th type. We initially synthesized a nanoporous nickel oxide with the help of simple co-precipitation method, and then we deposited the mixed halide mixed cation based composition with the help of solvent engineering method that I discussed before. And instead of single PCBM layer, here I have used a PCBM as well as zinc oxide as a bilayer electron transporting layer, and then device is completed with the help of the silver contact. This is the analysis. So the main thing is that if I check the device performance with the help of our modified zinc oxide PCBM electron transporting layer, then our device shows more than 19% efficiency. But main thing is that if I check the stability of the 2 different devices, which is based on the P.PSS as a hole transporting layer and nickel oxide based hole transporting layer, then you can easily recognize that our device is stable more than 150 days. But at the same time, our P.PSS device shows within almost dead within 10 days. That means we can stabilize the device efficiency with the help of different oxide based hole transporting and electron transporting layers. So that time this paper was so popular, and which is covered by the different research news journals like Materials Today and Science Daily even. Of course this efficiency is 19%, but still we are still lagging behind as per the world record. So we decided to use the standard configuration, and as the current highest report is reported by 25.7%, which is based on the spiro based hole transporting layer. But the problem for the spiro based hole transporting material is you need to fine tune about the its dopant and additives like LiTFSI and TBP and FK209. So these are the additives you need to dope in the spiro based material in order to improve its whole mobility, and which is complicated one. And also the problem for this hole transporting material is it is highly sensitive to the air and moisture. If we check the price of this material, then spiro based material you need to pay almost $500 per gram, and in case of PTI you need to pay $3,000 per gram. That means the price of this material is also expensive. So we need to think about the different hole transporting material. So we choose copper thiocyanine as a p-type hole transporting material for the perovskite for the fabrication of the perovskite device. But if we check the properties of the copper thiocyanine, of course this is a very low cost material. You need to pay just $2 per gram, and it has very high hole mobility, which is much higher than the spiro based. And you don't need to add any additives, so just need to dissolve in the solvent and you can use as a hole transporting material. But the problem for this composition is you need to dissolve this material only in the diethyl sulfide, which is unique solvent for this for this material. So that polar solvent is seriously affecting on the bottom layer of the perovskite. That means so we need to protect the perovskite layer from this polar solvent. So we decided to insert some alternative passivation or protecting layer such as nickel oxide or cesium doped nickel oxide. So we synthesized cesium doped nickel oxide ink, and before deposition of the perovskite, before deposition of the copper thiocyanine, we deposited nickel oxide ink on the perovskite layer, and then we deposited copper thiocyanine as a whole transporting layer. So that CS doped nickel oxide or nickel oxide interface layer is supposed to protect the perovskite layer from the polar solvent like diethyl sulfide which is used for the synthesis of the copper thiocyanine. And once we fabricated this type of device, then that type of device, even we used low cost copper thiocyanine, even in that case also that device shows more than 19%, which is very equivalent to our spiro based device efficiency. And if I check the stability of this type of device, which is based on the copper thiocyanine, then device shows more than 150 hours stable behavior even at high temperature. Here I have used 85 degrees centigrade as a thermal stress. And if I compare the device efficiency with respect to the what happened? Okay, with respect to the different hole transporting layer, then I found that even I have used expensive spiro based hole transporting layer, which is based on the TBP and LiTFSI based dopants. Even in that case, it shows a very poor efficiency. Very poor stability. But if I use the modified hole transporting layer like nickel oxide and copper thiocyanine based, then it shows almost identical, almost more than 80% retention over 1000 hours at 60 degrees centigrade. That means we can stabilize the perovskite layer or perovskite device efficiency with the help of simple, stable and low cost hole transporting material. So this is the stability of the perovskite hole transporting material and electron transporting material. But the main issue remains for the perovskite material. So as I mentioned, we are using some organic, inorganic hybrid type composition like Ma or Fa based. So these cations are really sensitive to the moisture, heat and light, particularly Ma cation. So people are trying to use some kind of alternative composition like FAPBI3, which shows relatively lower band gap than MAPBI3 composition, which is 1.47 electron volt. So that means we can cover the Morse Waller spectrum. So, but the problem for this composition is it is continuously converted from the alpha phase, which is black in color, and which is converted into the alpha phase to the delta phase, which is non-perovskite in nature. So we need to stabilize that phase at room temperature. So we added some kind of the additives like MaCl, and we added some other additive like CM, curcumin dye, and with the help of these three additives, we stabilize the FAPBI3 composition at room temperature. And once I fabricated the device, this is a very beautiful cross section of the perovskite device, which is based on the FAPBI3 composition with the additives. So highly crystalline, like monolithic layer has been formed on the mesoporous TiO2. And once I tested the device efficiency for this kind of composition, so we found that our initial efficiency is 17.6%, which is Fa based, purely Fa based composition, and which is reached up to 23.7%. That means efficiency gap is really high. And if I check the stability of the three device based on the particular composition, then I can say we can maintain more than 1,600 hours stable behavior for this additive based FAPBI3 composition. So we also sent this device to the authentic center for the certification, and we found that the 23.2% efficiency, which is nearly equal to our lab scale, which is just a 0.4% gap has been observed. So that means we can stabilize the perovskite phase even at room temperature with the help of the different additives and dopants. So this is the milestone of our efforts that we started in 2013 with the 0% efficiency, but now we are almost reaching to the world record. That is world record is 25.7, but we are reaching up to the 23.7%, which is very close to world record. So I will skip about this and I will discuss how much time I have. Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello. Your time has been finished, sir. You have only 5 minutes, sir. Hello. Am I audible?
Hello?
to you? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
You have 5 to 10 minutes for conclusion.
Okay, thank you, madam.
You can conclude in that time.
So for this, we reached a 23.7. Position will be the CSPB-I3, which is fully inorganic in nature, and this material is not new. As I mentioned before, this is firstly invented in 1892. So we decided to use this material because it has a very high thermal stability, but again the same problem for this composition. So this composition is stable only at high temperature. So and it's continuously transferred from alpha phase or black phase to its non-perovskite delta phase. So we need to solve, or we need to stabilize the perovskite phase or black phase at ambient condition with the help of the different method. So one of the simple method is to add some kind of the bromine at X site, so we can stabilize the perovskite composition or black phase at ambient condition. And based on the bromine composition, we can categorize it into four main types, like thermally stable, but because of its band gap, it shows only 2.3 electron volt band gap, and that's why it absorbs the limited solar spectrum, or it's covered limited solar spectrum. That is main issue for this composition. In case of the CSPB I3 composition, of course this composition shows 1.7 electron volt band gap, which is quite good. But the stability of this composition in ambient condition and room temperature is really poor. So we need to think about the alternative. Therefore, we choose the alternative composition like CSPB I2Br. It has very good band gap, like 1.9 electron volt, which is quite good, and it shows relatively stable behavior. Of course, thermally stable, and it shows high efficiency. But again, the stability in humidity, in humid condition is a little bit not good. So we need to stabilize this composition at room temperature and in the humidity condition. So we decided to use this composition, and we are trying to stabilize this composition with the help of different additives and different passivation approach. So there is a lot of research is going on. So we need to tune, or we need to optimize the Goldsmith tolerance factor in order to stabilize its perovskite phase with the help of some kind of the ratio between the A, B and X site cations and anions. So people are trying to use different additives at A site, B site and X site, and they are trying to make the highly efficient perovskite solar cell, which is based on inorganic perovskite composition, which is mainly based on the CS spectrum. And currently more than 20% efficiency has been reported by the I3 composition by the Professor Suck, and we are also reporting more than 16% efficiency with the help of the additives and additives for the I2Br composition. Previously I discussed about the advantages of the spin coating method, but there are many disadvantages, like we are using some kind of the hazardous anti-solvent like chlorobenzene and toluene, which is not good, and most of the perovskite solar cell you need to process in the inert atmosphere. So instead of the spin coating method, here we have developed some kind of dynamic hot air method. So you don't need to use any hazardous anti-solvent, and you don't need to process in the glow box. So it's we can fabricate the perovskite thin film in the ambient condition. So this is a very simple demonstration. So this is a very simple spin coating method that we are fabricating the CSPB I2Br composition in the ambient condition. So very transparent film has been formed, and once we anneal at particular temperature, it turns into the dark brown in color. But in case of the dynamic hot air method, here we applied some heat with the help of the hot air gun. So you can check the color has been converted into transparent to the dark brown in color, and once we anneal this type of thin film at particular temperature, then you can get the highly crystalline or dark perovskite thin film. So from this we can we checked the surface morphology of both the sample, which is processed without hot air and with hot air. So I found that the without hot air processed sample shows randomly rotated grains and some uncovered TiO2 layer. But in case of the hot air method or dynamic hot air method, we found that very highly compact thin films has been formed on the mesoporous TiO2. which is also reflected from the cross-sectional view. This is the without hot air, so non-uniform perovskite thin layer has been formed on the mesoprostite O2, but in case of the dynamic hot air method, highly uniform perovskite slab has been formed on the mesoprostite O2. That means we can use this method for the fabrication of the perovskite solar cell. So we used this composition I2BR and added some additives and used a dynamic hot air method, and we achieved 14.8% conversion efficiency, which is much higher than our conventional or control device. And main thing is that we are processing these devices in the ambient condition. So our small area device shows 14.8%, but if I fabricate the large area 1 by 1 centimeter, that shows 13.7%. Of course, this efficiency is not that much excellent, but this is the first demonstration that we can fabricate the perovskite, inorganic perovskite in the ambient condition with the help of the hot air method. So we decided to tune the hot air gun temperature from the room temperature, that means without hot air, to the 280 degrees centigrade, which is the highest one for the fabrication of this phase. So from different temperature, I found that the 150 degrees centigrade is much good, and that produces more than 17% conversion efficiency for the small area. And if I fabricate the large area 1 by 1 centimeter, that device shows more than 15.8%. That means we can improve the efficiency with the help of optimum temperature and different composition.
Hello, excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
So please kindly conclude your session, please.
Okay, sir. No problem.
Please.
So this method has been implemented for the fabrication of the 0.5 by 0.5 solar cell module. So this is a very simple demonstration. Here I have used 5 by 5 centimeter FTO substrate for the fabrication of the device, and with the help of this you can check the highly uniform perovskite thin films has been deposited with the help of hot air method, and once you anneal at particular temperature, then you will get the highly crystalline perovskite thin films. And with the help of this method, we achieved more than 10% efficiency for the 5 by 5 centimeter solar cell module. So finally, conclusion is that initially we started in 2018 for the inorganic based perovskite solar cell, and now we are crossing the world record. That is world record currently 20.6%, and we are crossing 21% efficiency. That means now we are up to the or more than the world record. So there are a lot of research is going on in the perovskite community, and many different companies, they are trying to commercialize, like Oxford PV or Swift Solar, even Sharp and Toshiba also, they are started to commercialize this type of the perovskite solar cell at the commercial scale. And also Korean company, they already proposed in 2050 they are planning to implement the perovskite and silicon tandem solar cell on the roof of the EV, particularly electric cars. So we have a lot of opportunity for the perovskite solar cell in different aspects like HTL, ETL and perovskite. Then we can make highly stable and efficient perovskite solar cell with the help of the different compositions. So these are some photographs, and currently we fabricated the 13 by 13 centimeter square device. So this is the demonstration that our device is working very well, and work has been selected for the journal cover pages in the different journals. And finally, I would like to thank Professor Hong for the full support in order to produce this kind of results. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity, and I am ready to answer any queries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I request to Dr. Any questions from the audience? I request Dr. Nitin Shinde sir to share his opinion and remarks for this session.
Thank you, Dr. Mari. He has highlighted on various aspects of perovskite solar cells, its synthesization and its application also. So any questions from the audience? If no question, then I hand over to vote of thanks for Dr. Shalgaonkar.
Good morning, one and all. I am here to present vote of thanks of this session. The speaker of this session, Dr. Sawanta Mari, delivered thought-provoking speech on the topic recent advances in solar cells. I heartily thank him for his scholarly speech. I am also thankful to chairperson of this session, Dr. Nitin Shinde, for chairing this session. Last but not the least, I am also thanks to coordinator Dr. Arish Patil sir for good arrangement of this session. Lastly, I thanks to all for your patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Savantamari. It was very insightful lecture delivered by you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Yes, thank you, sir. Now we are moving towards the next session, the plenary section number 3. And for this plenary session, our resource person is Dr. Kailash Hambarde, Senior Data Scientist, University of Beira Interior, Portugal. The chairperson for this session, Dr. V.S. Kumbar, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I request Chairperson Dr. V.S. Kumbar sir to come on the stage. I request convener of this international conference, Dr. S.R. Mane, to come on the stage. I request Principal Dr. V.G. Kaye to come on the stage. I request coordinator of this session, Sri D.A. Patil sir, to come on the stage. The rapporteur for this session is Mr. H.M. Mane, Assistant Professor, KRP Islampur. I request to Mr. D.A. Patil sir to start this session.
Good morning, all of you. First, I welcome all of you for this third virtual session. I welcome the resource person, Dr.
Please keep quiet. Please keep quiet and sit down, please. Sit down, all of you.
Now, first, I welcome the resource person, Dr. Kailash Hambarde, who is a Senior Data Scientist of University of Beira Interior, Portugal. Now I welcome our principal, Dr. Vilas Kale. Next one, that is the everything about this conference is Dr. S.R. Mane. Then chairperson of this session is Dr. Vijay Kumbar sir. The reporter of this session is H.M. Mane, all faculty members, student and researcher. Now my duty is to introduce Dr. Vijay Kumbar sir. Vijay Kumbar sir is the Associate Professor of Department of Computer Science, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Now he has completed BSc, MCA, also NET and PhD in Computer Science. He completed the refresher 2 courses, 1 orientation course. His area of research is data mining, web mining, ICT, algorithms, cloud computing and artificial intelligence. He completed so many courses successfully. KRP IT course for the career advanced scheme, such as a skill for new educational architecture. He published one book, that is web mining. Also he write the different chapters in the different international and the national books. He presents the research papers in national and international journals, 31 papers. Now he completed the major and minor research projects, 5 projects. He worked as the resource persons, expert and the selection committee members for the different committees of the Shivaji University. He worked as a resource person for the one-day workshop of the syllabus of BSc Computer Science. He worked as a coordinator for a national seminar and one value-added courses for the IoT. He completed he participated in 12 webinar conferences. He attended 27 workshops. He completed the different other courses like the courses on Visual Basic for software professionals, and he participated in different other activities of the Shivaji University as a placement officer for computer department. Also he is worked as the in charge for the UGC NET coaching scheme. So such good research person is available for this session, and I will welcome the Dr. Vijay Kumar sir for this session. Thank you very much.
I request our principal Dr. V.G. Kaya sir to felicitate our chairperson Dr. Vijay Kumar sir, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. So it is privilege to us that you are here, sir. I request Dr. V.S. Kumar to start the session.
Hello, good morning to all. Today I am here to introduce today's eminent speaker, Dr. Kailash Maldekar. He is working as Senior Data Scientist at University of Beira, Interior, Portugal. Sir has completed a research degree just like MPhil and PhD in Computer Science from Swami Ramanand Tirth, Marathwada University, Nanded. Sir has published some international paper presented in international conferences, and many more papers are published in international journals with the title Estimation of Purchasing Product by Customer Using Artificial Neural Network and Classification of Imbalanced Dataset in Commerce. Under his able guidance, PhD scholar is working on the topic Novel Scheme for Marketing by Studying Customer Behavior Pattern Using Machine Learning Techniques. Sir worked as a project fellow in SRDM University, Nanded from April 2015 to May 2018 on project with title Crime Hotspot Detection Using Machine Learning Techniques. Sir is also worked as a data scientist at Agri Prices from July 2018 to November 2018 on forecasting prices of commodities for Indian share market. Sir is working as a data scientist in NPS Infotech Mumbai from March 2019 till date and working on following projects: clinical diagnosis, auto coding, customer NER model, mortgage document classification and information extraction, bank reconciliation for SNB, document separation and classification, text extraction, image classification using deep learning technique, robotic process automation for the revenue cycle management automation. And right now, sir is working as a senior data scientist at Collins, USA, postdoctoral researcher at University of Beira, Interior, Portugal, and thesis supervisor at Liverpool John Moores University. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite and request Professor Dr. Maldekar sir to start his lecture. Thank you.
Hello, Kailash sir.
Yes,
Am I
yes,
audible?
ma'am. So,
Sir,
shall I start?
Yes, start your session, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your kind introduction. So, so let me take. Yeah, so still good morning to all dignitaries, respected sir, dignitaries on dais and research scholars and students, my dear students. So, I am honored to be speaking today at the international conference on recent trends and practices in AI and soft computing. My name is Kailash Ambade, and currently I am working as a postdoc researcher at IT department of University of Beira in Portugal. So the topic of my presentation today is latest development in AI. As we all know, the field of AI is constantly evolving with new developments and advancements being made. I hope my voice is audible to all. Yeah, okay. So before I begin, I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude. Dr. Patil sir for inviting me to speak today. I also want to thank all the other organizers for their hard work in putting together this wonderful event, which has bring together some of the brightest minds in the field of AI and other soft computing. So without further wait, let us begin our exploration of latest development in the field of AI. So, moving on to the content of my presentation, I will not take more than 30 minutes, most probably 45 minutes. So, we will be discussing the following topics: the evolution of AI. AI has come a long way since its inception in the 50s. Then deep learning is a subset and the most advanced algorithm from AI that utilizes neural networks with multiple layers to learn, analyze data. After that, we will discuss the advancements in computer vision. Computer vision is an area of AI that focuses on enabling machines to interpret and understand visual information from the world around them. And then we will discuss the advancements in natural language processing. Natural language processing is a field of AI that focuses on enabling machines to understand, interpret human language, and we will be discussing some of the recent advancements in natural language processing, such as development of large language models, GPT-3, ChatGPT. So that's all about my outline of my presentation. Let's go deeper into the each of these topics and explore the latest development of in AI. So the first introduction of AI. So AI refers to ability to machines to perform tasks that would typically require human intelligence, and this can include things like learning, decision making, and problem solving. One example of AI in action is recommendation system used by online retailers. Have you ever noticed how sites like Flipkart, Amazon, or any content-based website, Facebook, Netflix, or Hotstar seems to know exactly what products or shows to recommend or suggest to you. So this is all thanks to AI. By analyzing your past behavior, these systems can make personalized recommendations that are matched to your interest. Another example is the use of chatbots in customer service. By utilizing natural language processing, chatbots can understand and respond to customer inquiries in a way that mimics humans. and this has potential to save businesses time and money while also improve the customer experience. Of course, there are also many other applications of AI ranging from healthcare to finance to transportation. The possibilities are truly endless, and we are only, I think, scratching the surface of what is possible. As with any rapidly evolving field, there are also many challenges that come with here also in AI, including ethical considerations and concern about job displacement. However, I also believe that the potential benefit of AI is far outweigh these challenges. So, evolution of AI has come a long way since it was introduced in the 50s. It was limited to simple tasks like back then it was limited to simple tasks like playing chess or solving mathematical problems. However, as the technology advanced and due to the advancement in hardware, in machine learning algorithms now become more sophisticated, AI began to evolve into something more powerful. Today, AI is being used in a wide range of industries and applications, and it's changing the world as we know it before. So let's take a look at some real example of how AI has evolved over the years. In the early days, AI was mainly used for rule-based systems. For example, ATMs have been using rule-based AI systems for a decade to dispense cash to customers. And in the 90s, AI began to evolve into more advanced machine learning systems. One of the earliest example of ML in action was spam filters in email. We daily use that part in our Gmail server. As we move into 21st century, AI has started to become more sophisticated with the advancement in deep learning algorithms. And one of the most notable example of deep learning in action is the image recognition technique, which is used in everything from security cameras to self-driving cars. Today, AI is being used in wide range of applications from natural language processing to predictive analytics. For example, AI-powered virtual assistants like Siri, Alexa, OK Google are becoming more and more common in our daily life. The evolution of AI has been rapid and exciting. The possibilities for what we can do with AI are endless, and it's changing the way we live and work in ways we never thought about possible. So the deep learning is moving on to the topic of deep learning, which is subfield of AI and branch of AI and subfield of machine learning. Deep learning involves the use of neural network to analyze and learn from large data set. The term deep in deep learning refers to the number of layers in the neural network, which can be dozens or even 100. These networks are designed to mimic the structure of human brain with layers of interconnected nodes that process and analyze data. One of the key advantages of deep learning is its ability to automatically extract features from data, eliminating the need for manual feature engineering. This makes it particularly useful for tasks such as image recognition, speech recognition, and natural language processing. So, for example, deep learning algorithms are used in facial recognition systems that can identify individuals in photos or videos. They can also use for a speech recognition system that can transcribe spoken words into text. Another example of deep learning is its ability to learn from unstructured data such as images or text. By processing large amount of data, deep learning algorithms can identify patterns and relationships that would be difficult, if not possible, for humans to see in open eyes. So overall, the deep learning has changed the field of AI, and the latest advancements in AI just because of deep learning and machine learning to learn to analyze the data in a way that were previously impossible, and it's possible automatically extract features from the data and learn from unstructured data that make it a powerful tool for a wide range of applications. introduction to the computer vision is a field of AI that allows machine to recognize, interpret visual data from the world around them. It includes images, videos, and stream cameras from across the world. One of the most significant advancements in computer vision is the ability to recognize objects in images and videos with high degree of accuracy. This has made possible thanks to the development of deep learning algorithms and neural network. With these tools, computers can now identify, classify objects in their environment, making them particularly useful in applications such as self-driving car. So another area where computer vision is making rapid progress is facial recognition system. This technology uses advanced algorithms to analyze facial features and patterns, allowing machines to identify, recognize individual faces. This is using wide range of applications from security systems to social media platforms. Computer vision is also playing important role in many domains. You can take a healthcare where it can assist doctors to identify potential health issues. For example, computer vision algorithms can analyze medical images such as X-rays, MRIs to identify abnormalities that may be difficult for the human eyes to detect.
Hello? Yes? Hello?
Okay, so
Ella sir, please start your video also. Please, sir.
yeah, okay, no problem. Okay, so
Start your
okay,
camera.
so another important development in computer vision is the use of generative advisory networks, or GAN in short. GANs are a type of deep learning algorithm that can generate new data that look like it was created by humans, and they consist of two neural networks, GANs, a generator and a discriminator, that work together to create a new data. GAN have a wide range of applications in computer vision, such as generating realistic images or videos for training data, creating new art, even generating new designs for products. As AI continue to explore, okay, so as we continue to explore the exciting advancements in computer vision, it's important to note that there are also some potential risks associated with these technologies. The most recent change. So recent advancement in deep learning that risks our society is deepfake, is a kind of technology or algorithm, form of synthetic media that create images or videos using AI, and they created using or manipulating real life footages or videos, something to create entirely new. This is done by using machine learning algorithm that can analyze and learn from existing media, allowing them to generate new content that look and sound authentic. So one of the most concerning aspect of deepfake is their potential to spread misinformation or even cause harm. They can be used to take a creator or take over social media to create a fake news or a propaganda that manipulates political campaigns or damage the reputation of individual or organization. The process of creating deepfakes involves collecting large data set of images or videos of a person, and then using advanced algorithm like a GAN to analyze and learn from these data points. Once the data algorithm has learned the patterns and features of the targeted person, it can generate new media that mimics their behavior, voice, and appearance. So one of the most notable example I can remember that during the 2019 election, one notable case occurred in India when a deepfake video of the country's Prime Minister Narendra Modi was circulated on social media. The video featured Modi speaking in a way that it appears as it was support his political opponent, Mr. Rahul Gandhi. However, the video was later revealed to be deepfake and that had been created using machine learning algorithms. That incident highlighted the potential risk associated with deepfakes, and particularly in the context of political campaigns. And deepfakes are used to spread misinformation, to have serious results for a democratic process. Since then, researchers and policymakers have been working to develop strategies to detect and prevent the spread of deepfakes. That incident that changed the researcher mindset, and this includes developing new algorithms that can detect deepfake, as well as educating the public on how to recognize and respond to those types of synthetic media. So, for example of a deepfake, let's take a look at a recent video that demonstrates the potential of this technology. The video is in question. I don't know you know this actor or not. The actor Morgan Freeman, created by the talented deepfake artist Bob, and voiced by I forgot his name, talented. So in the video, the Freeman appears to be discussing topic of AI and deep learning. However, the voice and facial expressions are actually generated using machine learning algorithm. So let me play this video. I hope you.
I am not Morgan Freeman. What you see is not real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? Would you believe me? What is your perception of reality? Is it the ability to capture, process, and make sense of the information our senses receive? If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real? Or is it simply the ability to feel? I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
So I hope you heard sound as well. So this example demonstrates just how realistic deepfakes can be, and the potential risk associated with their misuse. While this particular video was created as a showcase of the technology, it is important to remember that deepfakes can also be used to spread fake news or propaganda. As researchers and policymakers, as their work to develop strategies and to detect and prevent the misuse of deepfakes, it's important that we remain aware of this potential risk associated with this kind of technology by staying informed and educated, as we can help to ensure that deepfakes are used ethically and responsibly. In addition to Morgan Freeman deepfake video, they have been. There are numerous other examples on YouTube. You can just search keyword deepfake and you will get real number of videos. Now the deepfake gone viral on social media platforms, real number of videos there. So that include deepfake videos of celebrities, politicians, and even fictional characters. So one of the most famous example of deep learning and deepfake was a video of Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook. In that video, Zuckerberg appears to be discussing the power of his company and his influence on his company. But the voice and expressions and facial movements were generated using machine learning algorithms. So while some deepfake videos are created for harmless in entertainment purposes, others are created with malicious intent. For example, deepfakes have been used to create to harass someone online and to spread political propaganda. So, the one of the recent article which published on March 22 on the Washington Post. This article discusses the increasing sophistication of deepfake AI-generated images and videos, and their potentially risk to the society, and also saw the disinformation in Valiant news environment. So the article also cites an example of elite Bankat, who is an AI art generator to create images, who was responsible to create this kind of image. The article also, the image was about Donald Trump getting arrested, which went viral on social media. The article also highlight the absence of corporate standards or government regulation addressing the use of the AI to create and spread a falsehood. So and then we need some policymakers to or companies to make policies to address this dangerous kind of AI, or we need some kind of regulations to prevent this kind of falsehood. So additionally, the article also raises concerns about the advancing technology, its potential to deceive, and lack of corporate policies to combat deepfakes. We can see an example of how AI-generated images can create confusion and spread falsehood in the news. Elliot Hagee, the founder of AI, that art generator company, Bellingcat, used an AI generator to create a fake image of Donald Trump being arrested. So I think, what do you think about the potential for AI generated images to be misused in this way? So there are also raises question, do you think about the think the policymakers or the technology companies are doing to address these kind of issues? How do you suggest they approach it? There are a number of questions we need to address, and also what do you think about could be done to better regulate the use of AI generated images? So do you think there should be stricter policies in place, or should there be more education and awareness around the issues? So deepfake has a potential for positive application such as the entertainment industry. Impact on society of deep learning. Impact of the deepfake technology in society is multifaceted and complex. One major concern is its potential to spread disinformation, propaganda, and fake news, which can lead to public confusion, mistrust, and even political instability. Deepfake videos can be used to manipulate public opinion, influence elections by creating fake narratives, demanding demanding new policies, regularization. It can also damage the reputation of individuals or group, or even inciting violations. So, moreover, deep technology or deepfake can also have a significant impact on economy, particularly in the industries that rely on trust, like in banking or stock market, such as finance, where, for example, a deepfake video of a CEO appearing to make a false merger or acquisition could lead to significant financial loss and damage the company's reputation. So challenges of deepfake computer vision technologies are numerous and a number of. One major challenge is the lack of regularization and policies to control to use deepfake technology. As a result, the technology can be easily misused to create a fake news and create a propaganda, which can have severe impact on society. Another challenge is the difficulty to detect the deepfake videos, where we can, as a researcher, we can focus on that, and we can create or do the research where we can do some kind of numerical algorithms developed to detect this kind of videos. With the advancement of deepfake technology, it has become more challenging to detect between real and fake videos. Moreover, the rapid spread of deepfake videos on social media platforms and other online forums makes it challenging to stop the spread of information. Also, deepfake poses a significant threat to the society, and it's crucial to address the challenges associated with. Policymakers and technology companies need to work together to develop regularization and policies that can control the use of deepfake technologies and prevent its misuse. So another recently new, I will not say the trend or kind of new technology that impacts society is ChatGPT. But to understand ChatGPT, we need to understand natural language processing and what large language models are. So natural language processing is a field of study focused on making computers to understand human language. It involves teaching machines to analyze, understand, and generate human natural language. One of the most significant advances in natural language in recent years is a large language model that has been developed using transformers, such as you name it as a ChatGPT. But is there are a number of large models that are used to create a ChatGPT, or that the ChatGPT is a variant of that large model, you can say that. So large language model, one of the professor yesterday demonstrated the ChatGPT, we will come to that. So before that, large language models or machine learning models that are trained on vast amount of text data, such as books, articles, website. They can generate human-like text, responses such as questions and prompts. And these models have the potential to change the wide range of industries, including the customer service, journalism, and education. However, the use of large language models also raises concerns about their potential impact on society. For example, they can be used to generate convincing fake news. The development of GPT-3 or ChatGPT AI chatbot trained on large language model has also raised concern about the potential for malicious actors to use it to manipulate people through social engineering or phishing attack. So yesterday, one of the professor in early sessions demonstrate how to use ChatGPT in live this conference. So to better understand how it works, we should take a look at as it's how it trains and how it's what is under hood about in ChatGPT. So let me explain ChatGPT works, how it works, and how it was trained. ChatGPT is a large language model trained on a massive data set of text using deep learning techniques. Specifically, ChatGPT was trained on a variant of GPT that is generative retrain transformers architecture, which uses neural network architecture that also uses advanced algorithm called transformers or self-attention to compute or to learn, to capture dependencies between the words or tokens or sentences. The data set used to train ChatGPT was diverse collection of text from internet, including books, articles, blogs, and other publicly available text. The training data set was used to train ChatGPT was very large and containing billions of tokens. The training process for ChatGPT was computationally intensive and required a large amount of resources. In fact, I read about that they use about resource, NVIDIA resource 250 millions of means dollar kind of computational resources they spent. The infrastructure we need require computing infrastructure to train this kind of technology, and that infrastructure should have high performance computing clusters. The training process to train ChatGPT took several weeks or months to complete. Overall, training ChatGPT was a complex and resource intensive process that required to use cutting-edge machine learning algorithms and powerful computing infrastructure. The resulting model, however, is a highly capable language model that can generate human-like response to wide range of input, making it powerful tool for natural language processing tasks. So one aspect of ChatGPT, we daily heard about this on social media and newspaper as well. I will show that newspaper article also I have mentioned here. So the ChatGPT and other AI-powered chatbots have the potential to significantly impact the job market. On the other hand, they can automate certain tasks, freeing up the time for employees to focus on more complex and high-level tasks. On the other hand, they can also replace certain jobs, particularly those that involves repetitive tasks and kind of customer service. You can take example that, for example, ChatGPT can be used to automate customer service interaction, reducing the need for human customer service representatives. This could lead to a reduction in jobs in the customer service industry. However, it could also lead to new jobs in AI, such as AI development and maintenance. In addition to the impact on specific job categories, ChatGPT and other AI technologies have also raised concern about overall job displacement and need for workers to adapt new skill in order to remain employable. Some experts predict that AI could automate as much as 25% of jobs over the next few decades, leading to significant disruption in the labor market. So, however, other argue that AI technology like ChatGPT will create new job opportunities and industries such as those focus on developing and manipulating the technology itself. And additionally, the increase in efficiency and productivity brought by the AI would lead to economic growth and the creation of new areas like healthcare and education. We can use these technologies to improve our efficiency. Regardless of the specific impact, it is clear that the rise of AI and advancement in automation technology will require workers and business to adapt in order to remain competitive in the changing job market. This may involve retaining and rescaling and reinvesting in their new technologies and exploring new business models that take advantages of advanced AI capabilities. And also ChatGPT and other AI chatbots can be used to streamline process in industries such as healthcare, legal and finance, reducing the need for certain human administrative and support roles. So overall, the impact of ChatGPT on jobs will depend on many factors, how it is implemented and adopted by different industries. While also it has also potential to automate certain tasks and replace certain jobs. It could also lead to create new jobs, opportunities in areas such as in creating new AI developments and AI maintenance. So impact on job. One of the recent article published in Lok Sabha, I put here that article has been mentioned that shared by the Lok Sabha on Facebook, the newspaper last week. The article discussed potential job roles that could be replaced by ChatGPT as a customer service representative, as a data entry clerks, proofreaders, copywriters, market research analysts, and social media managers, appointment schedulers, and even the shocking here you can see the teachers. So the article suggests that the technology advances and more job roles may be replaced by automation, which could lead to significant shift in job market. Examples of job roles that could potentially be impacted, as I here listed over by the Lok Sabha. How it will replace? So I can give some example, like a technical support representative. With the advancements in AI and natural language processing, chatbots are becoming more capable of handling complex technical issues. As a result, technical support representatives may see a decrease in their demand as chatbots take over some of their responsibilities. Another example role, sales representative can be, chatbots can help to automate this sales process by qualifying leads and answering common questions, and this could potentially reduce the need for a sales representative. Another, travel agents, chatbots can help to customers to book flight, hotels, and rent cars by providing recommendations and answering their common questions. Personal assistants, then language translator, chatbots can translate text from one language to another. Another areas, okay, another listed area here, can chatbot replace teacher? So I think no, chatbot can be used as a tool to help teacher because it is possible to means it is possible to replace teacher tools, but not entirely replace human teacher. One potential use of ChatGPT in education is a virtual tutor or a teaching assistant. It can help students with their homework and answer their common questions and provide explanation on a variety of topics. For example, let's take one example: students struggling with particular math problem, so they can input their problem into ChatGPT and then they receive step-by-step guidance on how to solve it. Similarly, a student from, let's take it from history department studying history could ask ChatGPT to provide summary of a particular event or time period, and that ChatGPT can give the response in good explanation about that. ChatGPT can also use to get personalized learning experience for student by analyzing student past performance. It can generate customized lessons plans and practice exercise to help students to achieve their goals. Also, ChatGPT can be used for tool as a language learning model. Students can practice speaking or writing in foreign language and receive feedback on their grammar on using ChatGPT. This can be specifically useful for practicing basic vocabulary and grammar before moving to more complex topics and as a human tutor. So overall, ChatGPT can certainly be useful tool for education. It is important to remember that it cannot replace the expert and knowledgeable guidance from a human teacher. ChatGPT has the ability to, by passing a number of examples. Now ChatGPT is a doctor in USA, ChatGPT is a lawyer in USA. So ChatGPT has passed a number of exams as reported in these articles. The exams include the Wharton MBA exam, US medical license exam, methodologic quiz and law school exams, even the Stanford Medical School clinical reasoning final. These achievements shows vast knowledge and capabilities of ChatGPT. But most interestingly, recently one of the curiosity has checked ChatGPT ability on UPSC, and you can see that ChatGPT has failed to pass UPSC. So these are the potentials of ChatGPT. So ethical consideration of ChatGPT, why ChatGPT has been banned in schools and universities. So when there are few reasons why ChatGPT has been banned in education institutes. As my institute here, they also banned. First, ChatGPT has the ability to generate human-like responses, and students might start to over-rely too heavily on it for homeworks and assignments. This could impact their ability to think critically and creatively, and that the reason university, there are a number of universities that ban. I have put only one article here, but you can search about that, you will find a number of articles on that. Another reason is that issue of plagiarism. ChatGPT has vast has a vast database of information that it can draw knowledge from it, and so there is a risk that students could use it to generate content for their assignment without proper citation or reference. This could lead to academics misconduct or undermine the integrity of the education institutes. So there are these issues due to that ChatGPT has come to in focus in universities. So there are many universities has banned ChatGPT. There are also concern about privacy. ChatGPT is an AI-powered chatbot that uses natural language processing to generate responses, and there is a risk that it could collect sensitive information about students and their learning habits. This could be used as unethical purposes or further. While ChatGPT can be useful tool with certain context, it is important to use at a responsible and ensure that it does not undermine the learning process or to put students at risk. So that's all about the ethical consideration of ChatGPT. So let me conclude. As I mentioned, I will not take more than 40 minutes. Thank you for listening to my presentation. I hope you found it informative and engaging. Now I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Do you have any questions about ChatGPT or deepfake and its impact on various industries and about potential benefit and drawbacks? You can ask.
Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Kailas. Thank you very much. Are you hearing me? Dr. Kailas, are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So I request Dr. V.S. Kumbar sir to share his opinion and share the remark of this session. Any question from audience?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
If I'm clear, this is Yugandhar Patil, by the way.
Yeah. Yugandhar,
I had a question.
Yeah. You can ask questions.
Yes. Kailas, first of all, thank you for your presentation. It was super rounded and well informed. I just had a question about ChatGPT. So you described it like a lot of investment has been done, but my question relying on it would be, why is it given off free, as an open AI? So is it because they want to interpret a lot of data and that's how they are benefiting from it, or is there something else behind that structure? So how does the scheme works? If they have invested millions in them, they have to get something from out, right? And I personally use ChatGPT as well. It helps you get things done faster, write codes, helps you think about syntax and stuff. So yeah, if you could just answer my question.
Thank you, sir. So earlier ChatGPT was an open source company founded by the Elon Musk, as you may know him. So they thought about to create open source AI company which develop kind of technology will be beneficial for society. But here I would like to mention that they use transformers, self-attention technology, which is openly published by Google, and they rely on that technology, and then they train their model on that technology, and slowly once they knew that their ChatGPT capabilities, they slowly ignore the publications. As earlier, every large models they publish about that in conferences, but about the chat GPTs they have not published anything. So there was a kind of openness earlier before the November last year. Since then, there is a race between the Google and other companies to gain or potential customers. As you can see now, the OpenAI charge almost here 26 euro per month as for a premium or plus user. So
is it for ChatGPT?
Yes, they are now charging it. So this is the potential market they are targeting. They are also now releasing their APIs to leverage these AI capabilities to create new technologies using that API. So this kind of race is now there in between large companies. Now recently Google has announced their large language model like ChatGPT. Their name is Bard. So but kind of there is a n number of tools as compared. ChatGPT is I can say that is more capable as compared to others, but yeah, there are other as well. So that, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any question from audience? Okay, please, Dr. V.S. Kumba sir, his remarks, please sir.
This was one of the excellent talk given by Kailash Hambalde on the topic, the latent development in artificial intelligence. During this session, sir has elaborated artificial intelligence is a bigger concept to create intelligent machine that can simulate human thinking capability and behavior, whereas machine learning is an application or subset of artificial intelligence that allows machine to learn from data without being programmed explicitly. In this talk, the main focus is given on the most recent advances in artificial intelligence, their potential ramification for the future, and the ways in which they stand to reshape numerous aspects of the human expertise. The presentation covers several areas of AI innovation, including machine learning, natural language processing, computer vision and robotics, along with the research going on the sectors such as healthcare, finance, transportation and education. Sir also covers in this talk the ethical consequences of artificial intelligence progress with essential consideration of privacy, security and societal impact. Sir investigated on the vital role of collaboration among academic institutions, industries and government in cultivating an environment that encourages innovation. Finally, sir conclude the speech that will address the future of work in artificial intelligence part in redefining the worldwide job market, the importance of lifelong learning, reskilling and upskilling to maintain competitive in AI-driven world will be understood. Thanks a lot for organizing committee of Srimati Kusumtai Rajaram Bapu Patil Kanna Mahavidyalaya Islampur for giving me an opportunity to chairing this session in the conference, international conference on recent trends in pure and applied sciences. Thank you once again.
Thank you sir for your remarks. I request Mr. H.M. Mane sir to propose the vote of thanks for this session.
It gives me an immense pleasure to deliver this vote of thanks for this session who is participated physically and virtually. I take this opportunity to extend most sincere thanks to our resource person, Dr. Kailash Hambalde sir, Senior Data Scientist from University of Bora Interior, Portugal. He honored his session with his inspirational thoughts regarding latest development in artificial intelligence, which is part of today's new era started as Industry 4.0. Also regarding the job, he has inspired us as opportunities don't happen and we have to create them. I also express my gratitude to Dr. V.S. Kumbar sir from Department of Computer Science, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, remain present here as an chairperson, and Mr. D. Patil sir as a coordinator of this session. I would like to thank our honorable principal for his enthusiastic support, and a special thanks to organizing committee, especially this technical committee. Without their support, we cannot able to virtually participate this session. Also teaching and non-teaching staff for their support and coordination as a teamwork. Last but not least, I am thankful to all participants and students for their active participation. Thank you to one and all being with us. Thanks.
Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Kailash Ambarde, Dr. V.S. Kumbar sir, chairperson of this session, and D.A. Patil sir and H.M. Mane sir for getting a wonderful session. So now it's time to move towards the next plenary session of Honorable Yugandhar Patil. Yugandhar sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can see me, but you can hear me, right?
Yes. Yugandhar sir, your parents are coming for this session, so we have a privilege to welcome them also.
Oh.
So physically they are coming here. Yugandhar Patil, as we know that he is our guest today, and he is from Islampur city and he is working in Ireland. So warm welcome to Yugandhar Patil sir. So just I hope that let us wait for some time, because Honorable Principal R.D. Sawant is coming with your parents. Please, can you wait for some time?
Yeah, I can wait, but like for other people, should we also wait them because they are
No, everybody is waiting for them, boss. Everybody is waiting for them.
That's unfair.
Yeah,
okay, I don't mind waiting.
Okay, sir. So we are waiting for our dynamic mentor, Honorable Principal R.D. Sawant sir.
You guys are gonna put me in pressure now.
Yes, he has come. Your parents also come. Mr. Vijay Patil and Mrs. Poonam Patil, ma'am. I warmly welcome our Secretary of Kasega Education Society, Honorable Principal R.D. Sawant sir. Yes, I warmly welcome Mr. Vijay Patil and Mrs. Poonam Patil. Your parents, Yugandhar sir, you can see your parents.
Thank you for inviting them.
So,
thank you so much.
You are very happy.
Thank you, Sawant sir.
Yeah. So I request Principal R.D. Sawant sir, Secretary Kasega Education Society, and his parent, please come on the stage and offer the bouquet to our Honorable Chairperson. The Chairperson of this session is Dr. Santosh Kamble, sir. Please come on the stage. Dr. V.D. Sonone is the coordinator of this session, and the rapporteur is Dr. Srimati A.G. Bhosle, ma'am. So I request to all come on the stage. Yes. I request Honorable Principal R.D. Samant to welcome our Chairperson Dr. Santosh Kamble sir, as well as we welcome our Vijay Patil sir and Poonam Patil ma'am to welcome here, that they are the present here. He is the parent of Yuvandar Patil, even though Mrs. Poonam Patil, she is the alumni of our college, Srimati Kusumtai Rajan Babu Patil Kanya Mahavidyalaya. She belongs to our Marathi department. So we proud of the Yuvandar Patil's parents. We welcome to you all. I request Coordinator V.D. Sonone sir to start this session. Dr. V.D. Sonone, please start the session.
Good afternoon to all. Dignitaries on the dais, Kashigaon Education Society's Secretary, Principal R.D. Samant sir, the Principal of the college, Dr. V.G. Kale sir, Convener of this conference, Professor Dr. S.R. Mane sir, and today's Chairperson, Dr. Santosh Kamble, and also the dignitaries of the dais, many more my colleagues and the students. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce today's Chairperson, Dr. Santosh Kamble sir, who is working as an Assistant Professor in Yashwantrao Chauhan Institute of Science, Satara. Sir has done his basic chemistry from Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and PhD from same university, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, in 2012. He has completed his postdoctoral research fellowship from Georgetown University, Washington, DC, USA in 2016-17. His thirst area from research, that is organic synthesis and biological active scaffolds. Sir has many more publications to their credits, and his current research status is he has near about 530 citations. H index is 14 and he has I-10 index is 18. Many more awards to his credits. That is, he has awarded as the best paper presentation award at a national conference which was held in PDUP College, Tasgaon in 2013, and also the best paper award presentation in national conference at the YCS Satara. So this is about the today's resource chairperson, Dr. Santosh Kamble. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce you, and I am warmly welcome to this session, Dr. Santosh Kamble sir. Thank you, one and all.
Good afternoon, one and all. So, first I would like to congratulate KRP College and organizing committee of this international conference arranging such a wonderful conference, which is very helpful to the students, researchers and faculty also. Now, today with us very eminent personality, Mr. Honorable Yugandhar Patil sir, because he work on renewable energy engineer. So this is the outstanding personality today with us, and he delivered to talk on the most important topic of today's whole world of facing the problems related to the environmental issues and renewable energy sources. So, very brief introduction, I would like to talk about Honorable Yugandhar Patil sir. Yugandhar Patil sir completed Bachelor's of Technology in Mechanical Engineering in VIT University, Vellore, Tamil Nadu, India. After that, for master degree, he moving towards Netherlands, and he did his Masters in Sustainable Energy Technology at Delft University of Technology, Netherlands. He currently work on a renewable energy engineer in KRA Renewable Sources at Netherlands. He did many environmental related projects, in internet solar PV, then joint interdisciplinary project, structural and aerodynamics engineering, research into solar cell, and he has various project experience related to environment during his master's and the bachelor's degree. After that, Honorable Yugandhar Patil sir associated with many NGOs and different organizations related to this research. For example, Social Interim in Vietnam, that is the Asia Vietnam Youth Icon. For this institute, he worked as a member, then founding member for Fitness and Beyond 2016-17 Fitness Club, VIT University, Vellore, Tamil Nadu, India. Then he also worked as member, that is committee board member with Delft Sustainable Energy Association, Netherlands, and volunteer food sharing Delft, Netherlands. Also, he worked as an active member for the Institution of Engineering of Netherlands. So today, not only a researcher with us, but also the most eminent personality who have the very well-known knowledge about the energy, environmental problems that need of the today's world. So I welcome in this international conference Honorable Indrajit Patil sir and Yugandhar Patil, and I would like to request you, please deliver lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our resource person is Honorable Yugandhar Patil, and his topic is the recent trends in energy conservation. Please. Okay,
I'll share my screen if my screen is visible to you guys.
Yeah. It's visible.
Yeah. So I'm just sharing it. Can you see it?
Yes.
And you can see your presentation as well.
Yes, it is visible now.
Yeah. Just a second. Yeah.
Okay.
I think this works better.
Yeah.
Am I audible? Should I start? Like, give me some cues, guys.
Yes. Please start.
Okay. Okay, thank you. First of all, before I start, thank you for such a lovely introduction. I won't consider myself as honorable, but thank you guys. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present here. I'm glad to be presenting at the International Conference on Recent Trends in Pure and Applied Sciences sponsored by Shivaji University, as well as on behalf of Srimati Kusumtai Rajarambapu Mahavidyalaya. Before I start, I would like to start with my gratitudes, and the most worthy of all the gratitudes would be Dr. Sawant sir. I owe him a lot. Like, thank you for believing in me and delivering a very full-fledged presentation today. According to his guidance, I have walked through all these years, and what I am today is because of his guidance and his path through. So thank you for that. Second of all, I would like to thank Dr. Tukaram Shinde and D.R. Patil sir to just have a relation with me in a sense of how the presentation would go, decide on topics, how I'm gonna deliver. So cut short back, everything, gratitudes and stuff. Let's dive into the presentations. I won't take a lot of your time. Maximum, I would say 30 to 40 minutes. You have to bear that with me. The topic is very interesting one, which is recent trends in renewable energy with a focus on wind and solar. And why a particular focus on wind and solar, I will just move along and then you get to know why it's particular tailored towards wind and solar. Yeah, so let's start without further ado. Yeah, a bit about myself. You have already heard about a long thing, so I'm just gonna skip a bit of it. My name is Yuvendra Vijay Kumar Patil. So what I currently do is I'm a renewable energy engineer. I did my master thesis in sustainable energy, where I did my master thesis in aerodynamics, with wind rotor aerodynamics as the main component of it. So I am a kind of a person who is more inclined towards wind. So also I have learned solar, though it's not like I haven't, but like I can have a more bigger overview on wind, which you will find. So we can skip this. We already had this. Yeah, so renewable energy. So what's renewable energy? What's the hype? Like, why is everybody talking about it? What does it mean? So this is like a clear-cut definition which says a clean energy, a sustainable source which could be used to power your homes or be like cost-effective, which you have to consider with in consideration to environmental benefits and etc. But just making it way simpler for like to people to understand, normal energies which we use or the energy which comes is from like fossil fuel or nuclear, they are not considered renewable because they are not refilled by nature. They are refilled by nature but not in a useful amount of time. So what makes renewable energy to be like so attractive? And the thing is, in contrast to fossil fuels like oil, petrol, diesel, coal, renewable energy carries the energy, like are the energy carriers that are replenished by nature at a very much faster rate than what humans consume. So why do we need energy in a sense to power everything? That's how civilizations work. And in this case, you need to have that source, and the source is depleting at a very faster rate. At the rate which you are consuming, the source is depleting faster than that. So you need to find an abundant source, and that's renewable. So it sounds like a lot of definitions. I just want to pitch like how, I just go to the further slide so that I could just give you a context of how it is. So on the left you can see it's like 119,000 of terawatt of energy that has been received by Earth in form of solar energy every hour. And on the right you can see it's 30.9. That's how much you consume in a year as a whole planet. So imagine what drastic amount of energy do we have in terms of solar. It's like, it's a way, like when you see the comparison, it just blows you out of the water. Followed by this is the wind potential. So the amount of wind that could be extracted, like wind energy from the atmosphere, it's 400 terawatts. Whereas humans all around the world, this is in power, whereas the previous one was in energy. So it has different units though. So like humans around the world, they consume around like 18 terawatts like of power. So see how drastic the amount of energy you have in wind and solar. Now going back to this previous slide, so why renewable energy? Like why? What makes it like the need of our today? Why do we need it? So I'll just give you a holistic overview of it. So three main things. I won't go down to like 10 different things, but like boiling down it to three different things. The first one is increased energy demand. Like it has been projected that like every year your demand or the population increases as well. Like India, like one of the biggest populations, you have more population, you require more energy demand. More the energy demand, you require more the source. And this source are depleting at a very faster rate than you're consuming. So you require something which is unmeasurable, and what you can get through is through renewables. The second one is rising in carbon dioxide. So I don't know if you can see this graph in a very clear way. So you have on the left axis it's CO2 concentration, which is the y-axis, and x-axis is the years. So years is like from it's from CE period. So like before BEC. BEC means before Christ period. So if you can just see my cursor here, and if you could just see the straight line with the zero slope, it says that that's the amount of CO2 that has been increased over this last 1,000 years, or not even 1,000, like 100 years. The red portion just depicts the last 100 years, which is like the industrial revolution. So why has it risen? The point is, burning of fossil fuels create greenhouse gases, as everybody knows. But like due to the human activities and increase of this uncontrollably, you have a lot of CO2 in the atmosphere, which is creating greenhouse gases. It's heating up the planet, and then slowly, if this continues, it's gonna perish you. Like it's gonna perish human life from the face of the earth. The third point, which is faster depletion rate, which I already tackled in the first, which is like it's depleting at a very fast rate, and then you could recover. So there is very urgent need of finding a reliable energy source, like which you could power yourselves. Not only like I previously heard, like everybody has heard about load shedding. Today I work in Ireland, and Ireland faces energy shortage. Even Ireland has load sheddings now. So we are really facing in a crisis of like energy, and we someday are gonna have energy wars. Followed by, I'm just gonna give you like a scale of how renewable is into the world mix. So if you see the global mix, the total 16, if you see the pie chart which is below, which is in percentage, it shows you that 17% of total world's energy constitutes to electricity, whereas heat is 47 and non-energy use is like 9%, and transport the rest. So electricity is the main source of energy for all of us because it's cheaper to transport, it's easier to move around, and etc. points with it. But how much does renewable contribute into all of this? So if you go on the left, which says the renewable shares, if I can't focus on the percentage, but I can just tell you out of top of my head. In 2021, renewables contributed up to 28 to 29% of energy into total renewable mix. And out of that 29%, up to 4,274 terawatt of energy was hydro. Now you're gonna look at this pie chart which is above and say, hey, like hydro is like very huge, whereas you see wind and solar are very less compared to that. And it's like, why are you so focusing this lecture on wind and solar? The point to note that is it's like technology blocking or carbon blocking or technology blocking. So in case of hydro, it depends on the site. So to build hydropower plants, you require certain kind of sites all around the world which are catered towards hydro producing energy. And all of the potential of hydro which almost completely used by now. Like you could just increase it more by 0.5 folds or maybe 0.2 folds, but you can't go beyond that because the sites just run out. You don't have any more sites to create hydro. So what do we do now? So we move towards the things where you could create certain things, and that's the potential which I previously showed in my slide, which is like why wind and why solar. It's drastic, potential, and you can easily tap that with improved technology, and that's where we go forward. So what's happening over the years? So on my left, if you see the graph which is moving faster, you see like over the years from last 10 years, from 2010 to 2020, you see solar and wind have become like the backbone of energy transition, as well as the price on the y-axis, which is like in USD per kilowatt hours. The kilowatt hours is a unit of energy, as everybody knows. So per kilowatt hour, the prices of these two technologies have drastically gone down. You could see the PV panels have gone down by 85% as compared to they were in 2018. CSP, which is concentrated solar power, where you use mirrors to concentrate solar rays over a particular array, or a heating system to heat certain things. So that has gone by 68%. Whereas offshore wind by 56% and onshore wind by 48%. And why? What's driving all of this? So it's the economies are driving, like the Middle East is driving, like the oil money is coming in to make this cheaper. But just to give you the perspective of things, if you could just read this, like old coal power plants which are in functioning now have a levelized cost of electricity, which is the least cost of electricity you could produce by coal is 3.3 cents. So in USD. Whereas last year, a 2 gigawatt plant called as Al Dafaru Solar PV project, it's in Middle East, I think it's in Abu Dhabi. So it recorded the lowest PV energy potential, which is 1.35 cents. That's like 0.44 paisa, like INR, in INR. So you get 1 kilowatt of energy in 0.44, like not even like in 50 paisa, like you can get it in 44 paisa. So that's how lower the rates have gone with solar. Like with the more investment in it, it has become cheaper, and with more cheaper of its prices, it has gone with higher efficiency, and you can produce electricity even cheaper than coal, and that's what a lot of people don't realize yet. Like we can create energy cheaper than coal with solar and wind. So I think this gave you like a big perspective to think on. Like whenever I hear people thinking of renewable energy, the focus is, oh, they are expensive, you can't tap them, it's like it's uncontrollable. But if you see this, like it's even cheaper than your coal power plant, this just opens your eyes like, oh, this could be a potential in coming future, and it is. Yeah, so like boiling down, coming back to show you what do we have in the industry and what are the future trends to come, and would they disturb the course of solar industry. So if you see the first line, it shows like in solar technology what are the things they have. So they have concentrated solar. So if anybody doesn't know concentrated solar, it's like you use mirrors. Mirrors are used to reflect solar rays to a certain point where you could achieve a temperature up to 550 degrees Celsius. So I think if people have visited Tirupati a lot, all of the food at Tirupati temple is made by concentrated solar, if anybody doesn't know that. The second one is the photovoltaics. Photovoltaics are the popular one, the solar panel which you see on the left, like in the image, a train passing by and you have solar panels there. These panels are called as photovoltaic solars. So the thing about photovoltaic solar is they have semiconductors in them. PN junction, as electrical people would know, they have PN junction, P type of material smashed together with an N type of material, which is bombarded by solar rays, and then you have a current producing through that semiconductor, and that's how PV. And that is, this PV potential contributes to around, I think, 80% of total solar potential all around the world. Yeah, that's true, I think. Then you have bi-PV. This is like a new technology where you could use, so you know that the front face of solar panel could be used, but with bifacial technology or bi-PV, you could use the rear side too. So there are two different kinds of radiations from the sun. So when the reflected rays fall on the ground, and they could reflect back on the behind side of the solar panel, and they could still produce electricity. So you could get benefit of producing electricity from both sides of the solar panel. The third one is perovskites and hybrid solar. Perovskites are new kind of material which are non-silicon, and they are used to produce electricity in solar, which I'll touch in more detail as we proceed. The second line where you could see the monocrystalline, polycrystalline, tandem and thin films. These are the monocrystalline, polycrystalline and tandem and thin film are first and second generation solar cells. So solar cells could be categorized based on first generation, second generation, and third and fifth generations. So why are the generations? What makes these generations? So if you go back in history, the 1970 oil crisis in US led to a start of renewable energy. Like it forced a lot of fundings into renewables, and that's when silicon solar cells were far-fetchedly developed. So monocrystalline and polycrystalline are the first generations, whereas thin film, which is particular amorphous silicon cells, are the second generations. To talk more detailed on that, so you could just see first generation solar cells accounting 80% of solar panels in the world. So I was right. So it means why are they contributing 80%? Because a lot of money has gone in researching this, and this technology has almost reached a saturation. So monocrystalline silicon solar cells are basic. I just gonna run through this because you could just read these on the internet, about these technologies. So monocrystalline, you have single crystal made silicon cells which is without any impurities, whereas polycrystalline has different lattices merged together, so it has less efficiency than monocrystalline because of recombination losses, which are we gonna talk after this. Then you have hybrid silicon, which is like monocrystalline, polycrystalline merged together. So now why you come to a hybrid silicon? The point to come to hybrid silicon would be because monocrystalline has an higher efficiency, polycrystalline has less higher efficiency, but you want something in between that. Like you want to spend less, but as well as get more efficiency. So you have hybrid crystals. You have these three technologies which are in weird colors, like 1 and 2 and 3. So these are particularly new. I don't think they lie in first generation. They don't lie in first generation solar cells. These are how you improve the efficiency of crystalline silicon. So passivated emitter rear contact silicon cells, where you use a separate kind of layer between the silicon materials and substrates, where you reduce the recombination losses. to touch more on what recombination losses are, we are going to go and watch forward. But if you reduce the recombination losses, the higher the efficiency you're going to get. So you see you have 20 to 22% of efficiency in this. The other ones are heterojunction, where you use two different materials, whereas single silicon PV cells are the ones which are compact together. So the distance between two solar cells has been compressed so that you can tap more energy density per area of solar panel. Yeah, so yeah, coming back to the point, which I was here, like what are things to see in a solar cell? So people are like, I want this solar cell, this solar panel, that solar panel. What makes a solar, improve the efficiency of a solar panel? So if you see on the ground kind of a description, there are this 4 or 5 certain measures why that particularly makes the efficiency of a solar cell. The first one is Shorty-Kaiser limit. So what is Shorty-Kaiser limit? Shorty and Kaiser were two different scientists who found out that when light falls on a semiconductor and the holes and electrons are separated, it forms a current through a cell, and that's what a solar cell is. But if those holes and electron pairs, if they recombine faster, you have less current and less efficiency. So lesser the recombination of atoms, more the combination of atoms and electrons, the less current you have, the less voltage is going to develop. So what you could do is, you could change the material, you could put doping, or you could do different kinds of band gap emitter technologies to reduce this recombination between electron and hole pairs, separate them as possible as fine as possible, and the more voltage and efficiency you have. The second is spectral mismatch. If you see on the left corner with my mouse, with my cursor, you see on the y-axis of spectral irradiation. That's the amount of solar rays falling on the earth, and that's in watt per meter square and per nanometer. And then in wavelength, you have the wavelength, which is in nanometers. So if you see the red portion in the wavelength, that suggests it's between 200 nanometers to 1000 and something nanometers. So why is that range specific? It's because not all the solar rays which come from the sun are being absorbed by solar cells. It's only up to a particular spectrum because of the semiconductors they are made up of. Because semiconductor is a silicon which are doped with certain dopant materials. When light falls on them, the electron excites from the valency band to the conduction band. So the band gap between them, both of them, is important. So the band gap is the amount of spectral energy it could take from the sun. So you see the yellowish part, that all of the energy has been lost. So you could just recover a wavelength of 200 to about 1000 and 200 nanometers, which is in a visible spectrum. Followed by you have band gap distance losses, which I already told you, like semiconductors have a band gap. So you have to design the band gap in a certain way that the energy is been transmitted efficiently, it's been conducted in a solar cell, and that's playing with solar cells, and that's how you improve its efficiency, play with its band gap. Finally, you have other losses, etc., and the black body radiation, that is heating losses. Like as you heat the solar panel, the more it heats, the more the losses there are because of the black body radiation losses. Yeah. So second generation solar cells, from the first to the second. So what the second generations, which was in early 2000s, they said that, what we could do is play with the band gap, reduce the AM spectrum losses, reduce the black body radiations, and that's where they came with amorphous silicon, copper, indium, gallium diselenide silicons. Sorry, not silicons. They are different materials. PV solars, and cadmium and telluride. So with cadmium and telluride and CIGS technologies, over last decade, I think about 2 billion of investments have been done. And like very fun fact about this, you can use a CIGS solar cell into your clothes. So you can literally, it's so super thin, it's flexible, it's not like those conventional solar cells which are thick, they can't move. This, you can just wear a t-shirt of a solar cell which could be made up of copper, indium, gallium diselenide, and which are, so it's been made more and more stable right now. So second generation PV solar cells account for 16.8% of total industrial solar panels. Moving towards third generation solar cells, like these are like the final solar cells, which I would say. So these are like the way advanced solar cells. Like I think nothing goes beyond this. So the technology 3-5. Why are they called 3-5? Because they come from third and fourth column of periodic table, such as gallium, arsenide and stuff. Why gallium and arsenide are important? Because they are very well efficient to change the band gap. So as we previously talked, as you can change the band gap, you can improve, like you can have more spectral energy into your solar cell. So you can change the band gap, and with gallium and arsenide, you can just do that quicker. Secondly, they are super flexible. You can see in the image, you can twist them, you can move them, you can put them into buildings, you can put them like, they're super flexible. It can be included into building integrated things like on your shade, on your roof, or like maybe something else in a house, on curved surfaces. Followed by you have multi-junction solar cells where you cramp like different layers of different materials which are used to improve the spectral mismatch again. So more the different materials you have, the more the nanometers of different ranges it's gonna absorb. So that's the multi-junction solar cells. Like fun fact about it, you could literally convert 80% of electricity in theory. Like there is a catch to it. So in theory, you could convert 80% of solar energy into electricity by stacking infinite number of multi-junction solar cells. But that's again theory. If you go back towards like more practical side of it, I'm gonna come, but I think the highest solar panel recorded is like 44% or 43% of efficiency. Followed by you have dye-sensitized solar cells. So they have organic materials which are such as they have an also titanium oxide conducting electrodes which conduct electrons, and they have dyes which absorbs energy from the sun. And followed by the very favorable one, I think perovskites are very popular now in Europe. Like you could see they have 25% of efficiency. They are like crystalline solar cells. They can be like flexible. They are made from a different material which is perovskite, so you don't need to put lot of energy intensive processes which you do in silicon. So I think it can break the grounds in coming future years, but the only problem with perovskite solar cells is they're unstable. So scientists are working more to making it more and more stable. So I know I have done this purposefully, I don't have like this thing, but I'm gonna refer to a PDF. Yeah, so if you see, so before this we were talking about efficiencies, and I was wrong. It's like 47.6% of highest recorded ever silicon, solar cell. So what do you see here in front of me? You see best research cell efficiencies by solar cell. This is by NREL. NREL is National Renewable Energy Laboratory, which is located in US. So they are like standardized people who who verifies the claim by different companies. So if you see here, you have Sharp, you have NREL, you have FGS, you have like companies you may know like Syneon or maybe NREL or Georgia, Philips and stuff. So every company, they go to the NREL and they say, oh, we have discovered a solar panel with the technologies we have discussed before, and we have come up with a new efficiency. And then NREL tests their validity and then just gives them a remark on this chart. So on this you will find all of the solar panels that are in the world from 1975 to 2000 and how their efficiencies have changed. And can you see like the efficiencies have gone from like in 1995 up 0.2% to like 47%, and that's remarkable. I think like you could just tap 47% of sun's energy through solar. Like I haven't seen any different source which is that efficient except for fossil fuels and nuclear, of course. But of course you have an outcome of it which is like CO2 emissions and stuff. So if you see the different colors, what they represent is like a multi-junction solar cells which are given by purple, single junction solar cells which you have talked before, crystalline solar, silicon solar which could have an highest efficiency which is by Logitech, I think. Yeah, it's 26.8%. And then you have emerging PV technology which is dye-sensitized, perovskite, organic, and all of. So what you could see here is like the perovskites and stuff are reported less efficient because less amount of fundings and research has gone through it. So you could improve the red portion here towards the high with the coming years, and I see why not the potential increasing towards the 60% as there is no limit in solar energy. Yeah, so this was like if I can share this link with, like to this after the seminar if anybody wants to go into in depth and look about it. Yeah, so now coming back to my favorite topic, which is wind energy. Yeah, I just don't want to make it too much of boring. I don't know how much time I've consumed. Yeah, but like wind energy, horizontal axis, vertical axis are two kind of wind turbines. On the top, you could see the horizontal axis, which is the conventional one you could see everywhere around. But the one which is in bottom, the vertical axis, nobody sees it because there are things to relate to it. Again, the funding, the amount of money that has been derived to do research on it. And horizontal axis have been derived more than the vertical. There are reasons to it because horizontal have a greater scalability. They are cheaper in producing, less vibrations. They are optimal. You can just tune them. Whereas verticals are very unstable. They can't predict wind directions and stuff like that. We can go more on it like when we go over. So horizontal axis wind turbines work on actuator disk model. So this is way theoretical, and I don't think so we should discuss this because it would go way into like calculating momentum balances, equations, physics and stuff of aerodynamics in it. So just to give you a perspective, actuator disk, according to actuator disk model, what you consider is like a disk through which you could put in an atmosphere to extract energy as much as possible. And the disk should move because wind turbines move, right? So if you're going to stop it, it's going to be never going to allow the wind to pass through. So it's just going to be opaque and it's not going to move. To move it, to produce energy from it, you need to have, the maximum amount of energy extractable from that is the Benz limit, which is given by the scientist Benz, and it's 59.3%. It's a theoretical limit. So the point is, only 59% of energy could be extracted from a moving air. Like, it's impossible to go beyond that. But there is a catch. You can do that with vertical axis wind turbines because they don't work on actuator disk model. They work on actuator cylinder model, which is completely different than this. We are going to speak more on that as we go forward. But just to tell you, in horizontal axis wind turbines, like a lot of digitalization has come up. Like you have active tracking of power curves of wind turbines, like optimum operations of generator, like reducing losses between the wind blades as well as the generation hub. So as we go with more technology, more new things are coming. Digitalization is making it more smarter. As before this presentation, we heard from Kairas sir, like with more digitalization, it's becoming more smarter. Just to give you more context how wind turbines have developed. So on my right, you see Haldia X. It's 12 megawatt wind turbine, which is the largest wind turbine in the world. I've seen it personally. It's in Rotterdam. It's in Netherlands. So the thing is, to give you a perspective how wind turbines developed. So in mid-90s, they were like around in early 2000s, they were around 80 to 130 meters of rotor height with a capacity around 4 megawatt. But if you see Haldia X, you could see a comparison. In middle, you see Haldia X, which is the turbine, which is the biggest turbine now. And right, you see an Eiffel Tower. So it's gone that big. It's like 220 meter of rotor size with 107 meters of blade. Like, just to put you in context, Airbus 330 plane is 107 meters. So it means like you are putting 3 different planes, Airbus on a circle and you're rotating them. So it's that, like it's beyond like our minds could ever comprehend. It's a 2 megawatt turbine and it's like a very huge, like it's a class ISB3 and it's a 12 megawatt. 12 megawatt is a lot. It could just power, I think, around 1,500 houses or so. Yeah, large wind turbine, offshore digitalization and improved energy storage. We will talk on this here. Yeah, so just to tell you, like offshore wind, so the Haldia X is an onshore wind. Offshore is like, onshore you're going to have losses because of air, different buildings, different things. But in offshore, which is in sea, you're not going to have any kind of obstructions. And you can gain as much as, like, not as much, like according to Ben's limit, more of the energy out from the wind. So what's the new catch in wind turbines? Because wind turbines have literally almost reached their, research technology, like they can be pushed forward, but they have like reached their ultimatum. Now, there are new things such as floating wind turbines and black start mechanism. To give you in context what black start mechanism is, so you require grid energy or grid frequency to rotate a wind turbine. Wind turbine rotates on its own. It's a completely flawed thing with people things like, oh, wind comes and the wind turbines rotate. It doesn't happen like that. You have to connect it to the grid. The grid powers the wind turbine. When it sets in motion, the grid just takes off and the wind is powered through and then it rotates. So that's how it happens. But with black start mechanism, it's a new technology where wind could be used to rotate wind turbines, and then when they reach at a particular grid frequency, they activate other turbines. So you don't require power from the grid to start turbines first. You take power from wind to make the turbine start and use that wind turbine to start other turbines. And this is like a very fascinating technology. It's working in offshore wind, a Vattenfall, which is like one of the biggest offshore wind farms off coast Netherlands, and they're using this technology. The second ones are floating wind turbines. They literally float in the water. Like they don't have a monopile which is fixed in a sea and stuff. So you reduce expenses on it because it's floating. But the technology is developing. There is a working floating wind power plant between Scotland and between Scotland and the UK, I think, like in between Scotland, UK and Netherlands, and it's working very well. So what are the problems now, like in wind turbines? So if you take in a context, leave wind turbine for a second, it has already reached most of its technological maturity. The next thing to move is large scale wind farms, where the wind farms you have lot of turbines spaced together, so that they could gain a lot of power from them. But what happens is, like, when the wind passes through a wind turbine, its energy is extracted. So the turbine behind it would receive less energy than the turbine received in front of it. So what could you do? You could do is simulate things. And the simulation is done by these big softwares like CFD simulation, Floris models, wind rotor wake models, and they take a lot of computational time. Because it's not just a single wind turbine. It's like cluster of hundreds of wind turbines. And with hundreds of wind turbines, you have hundreds of different spital variables. With different 1,000 variables, you require a CFD simulation for your context could go running for 2 years and still be running. So what we need is simple models, which could calculate how much wind turbines we need, how much we need to put them, what could be the power we have, and etc. So these are some images from my thesis. Sorry to, if it goes beyond time, just tell me it goes beyond time, I'm gonna stop it. So this was like a wind rotor interaction experiments. These were done in OJF, which is Open Jet Facility in TU Delft. You can see I had made like a whole big experiments where I put a turbine in a wind tunnel, and then I did certain experiments. I put cedar in the air and observed how the wind behind the turbine moves. And on your right, you could just see how the wind behind the turbine moves. It's at different locations from the turbine. The x-axis represents rotor diameters behind the turbine, whereas the y and z direction determines the spital distribution of wind turbines. And you can see like on the legend which says the velocity scale, like how the velocity recovers. And normally it takes 10 rotor diameters to recover that wind energy which has been lost by a turbine. So that's a very huge loss. And these were certain things like a counter-rotating vortex pair. So just to tell about what my thesis was, so what I saw was, you see like fish in the sea, they swim together. And why do they swim together? It's called a school of fish. Because when fish swim together, they produce counter-rotating vortex pairs, where you could see this. These are like counter-rotating vortex pairs, is like pairs which are under corners. And what I observed at that point was, one of my friend, my close friend, she was studying conservation biology and she was studying the fish. And I found when I was reading a scientific value to it, I saw fish produce counter-rotating vortex pairs, and I was like, why can't I use it in wind turbines? So I did my experiments, which you could see here previously, and I put two turbines in such a way as fish swim together. And what I saw was they produce counter-rotating vortex pair, which you could see here. And this counter-rotating vortex pair could assist the fish in sea to move forward. That's why they swim together, so that when one fish swims together, it produces counter-rotating vortex pair, which helps the other fish to move forward. And this could be used in turbines, and why not? And when we did that, I found that the CP, like the coefficient of power, goes from 0.34 to 0.56%, and that's very incredible. TUDF is like looking at it. At my thesis, I had another research scientist on my end called as Ming Fong, who is carrying this forward and doing his PhD on that, and everything like beyond that, because it's too much of research work. Much of research should go in, and TUDF, and I wasn't ready for it. Finally, future scopes for wind turbines. You can see a multiple rotors case, which I told you where you could use counter-rotating rotor pairs to power through, and this could be further checked and made in real life. The second one is wake superimposition models, where you could make an analysis of models to check how much of air could be recovered. So it depends. It's super complicated. Like I'm just cramping everything down in the time we have, because if I just talk on superimposition, I could talk on hours and hours and hours. But just to get you a small perspective on it, superimposition is when two different wake. So what is a wake now? Wake is the wind after the wind turbine. The wind which follows after the wind turbine is wake, which is lost its wind energy. So when you impose two different wakes on each other, more energy has been lost. So like the third turbine is going to receive even lesser. So the wind farm doesn't make sense. So, but it's not how it happens practically, because the wind is recovered in between, the spatial distribution is different, the wind direction is taken into account, and all of other factors. But this could be way simulated using simple models, which could just account for certain variables and give us a clear-cut idea of feasibility of a wind turbine, if it's feasible or not, or just move on. The second one is actual power and available power downstreams with multiple rotor. This is a subsection of superimposition. And finally, studies on changing rotor diameters. That's like changing rotor diameters in a perspective like Haldia Rex, where you could go for 102 meters of diameters of length of blade length and 120 meters of rotor, and just play with rotors, see how big you can get. The more the bigger, the more the energy you're going to extract from it, and like as it goes, and vice versa. So I think renewable energy is like a key to a sustainable future, because it has a potential, and it's $1 billion industry in coming years, because according to the predictions of oil, gas and everything, we are going to run out of oil in 50 years. We have about, if I am correct, I have a note, we have about 1.65 trillion barrels of oil left in the world now. If you take it into an energy perspective, it's 28 lakh 5,000 terawatt hours, and the world requires 22,156 terawatts per year. So in 50 years, you are not going to have any oil left on the face of the earth. So if in 50 years you're not going to get oil, in more 10 to 25 years, the prices are going to be super huge. So you require a reliable source where you could power your house. There are people dying in Europe with heat because they don't have money to pay for power, because power is so expensive here, and energy. So yeah, renewables, like I just covered two topics, which were wind and solar. You have multiple. You have like solar, like you have tidal generation, wave generation, biofuels, biomass, tidal power, geothermal power, hydro dams. But the point with all of the points, like all of the powers, like geo, which comes from the earth, like hydro, geo, tidal, you have very specific sites planned to put them. So you can't just put it anywhere. So the thing, and you can't tap it as much as possible. So it's very selective sites. Whereas for wind and solar, it's not that dependent. You can put solar panels on water as well. It's called as floating technology. Yeah, so I think I have completed more of my presentation. If anyone has any doubt on it or any questions, they could just refer, or if they want me to explain certain things in more explicit way, I'm more than welcome to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was very insightful that given by, and it was more energetic, more efficient, more fruitful, as well as significant in this era. Thank you very much. I request Dr. Santosh Kamble sir to put the remarks of his chairperson. Thank you.
So, very excellent and outstanding lecture given by Honorable Yugandhar Patil sir. Now, this session is open for question. So, many research students, faculties are here. So, if you have any question, please ask to Yugandhar sir. If there is no more questions, then I conclude this session. Honorable Yugandhar sir, very simple manner explain what is the need of energy, what kinds of abundant energy sources which is available in the nature, and he more focus on the wind energy as well as solar energy, and he very significantly says that what today's need to the world, because world facing lot of problem related to the energy sources. He explained in very deep multi-junctional, then dye-sensitized solar cell, perovskite solar cells, and he also says that what is the best research solar cell efficiencies among the world, and today the researcher having responsibility to make more efficient energy sources for this making the devices. Also he focus on the wind energy, and lastly he say very important sentence, that is renewable energy is the key for the sustainable future. So our future, if we want our future is sustainable, then renewable energy source is a significant source. So I think all of you and we all take more inspiration from this lecture, and it will be utilized in our day-to-day scientific life. Then we again make our life more sustainable. Now we all feel very proud because Honorable Yugandhar Patil sir is from Islampur, and he representing at world in Ireland. So he is the Indian, now basically Islampurkar, and our Islampurkar we saw in this international conference. And from morning session I have seen the different regions from Marathwada, then from Bagni Asta, Sawanta Mai sir is there, and now Yugandhar Patil sir from Islampur. So our student take more inspiration from these ideal personalities and make your future with this significant type of the events. I again congratulate to Honorable Principal Ardida Samant sir for this outstanding management and provide platform to the researcher students to make their future as like Honorable Yugandhar sir. I am also very happy because it is a great time to parents to see the lecture of our son, what he did in the international level. So they are Honorable Patil sir and Mrs. Patil ma'am very much lucky. You are a child representing our nation at international level. So it is a proud movement, I think. And once again, I am congratulated to International Organization Committee for giving platform to the all researcher, faculties as well as students to motivate and make something in research. Okay. So with this, I conclude this session. And once again, I am very much thankful to giving me an opportunity to session this chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And big claps to Mr. Yugandhar Patil. Big claps with the audience.
Thank you for inviting my parents there.
Just wait, sir.
I appreciate it.
Just wait. Honorable Principal R.D. Samant is want to say something. I request him to please.
Hello. Thank you, Yugandhar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
For its enlightening speech and demonstration. One sentence that you made in your presentation, more the population, the more energy we require. So I think we are going to be the largest population of the world. We are going to going ahead of China in terms of population in next few years. So it seems that we Indians will need more energy in the days to come. So the next generation will face acute power problems, and the present sources of energy are not sufficient, and the comparison that you have presented between solar energy and wind energy was definitely enlightening, but at the same time, I think that some tidal energy should also be taken into consideration. Biomass energy should also be taken into consideration. Hydropower should also be taken into consideration, and then only we'll be able to face this, say, power crisis in the in nearest future. So the next generation, there are so many question marks in front of them, and this power crisis, which will be faced by the young generations of tomorrow, I think it should not be the gift to them from this earlier generation. So we should have some permanent solution for this power crisis that we Indians are going to face. What do you think?
Absolutely, like I agree with you. I think to plus on your point, I think we already have surpassed China. Like by 2022 projections, like which will come out now. But I think we have already surpassed China. Of course, like you are absolutely right about it. But also what you said about tidal and hydro, I think in India we have almost locked hydro now, because India is one of the most not research, but like most hydro producing, power producing, countries in the world, after Brazil and China and all. So hydro, a bit of, you have like a bit of undecided thing on it, but like of course tidal is a new thing. Like there is a company I'm working with, I'm working with islands right now. So you have a lot of tidal energy on islands, and there is a company called as Willow, which is located in Scotland, and I'm working with them, and they create a generator called as Penguin, which creates energy from tidal, and it's way cool and fascinating to see that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Your parents are also here to see you. So I have.
Thank you for inviting them, sir, and thank you for giving the opportunity. I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah. I specially invited both of them to attend this function. So it's
that was a surprise.
It's a very proud moment for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our participants are saying that, and organizers are saying that let the parents say something.
My parents are super shy. My parents are super shy. They won't say anything.
It was. नाही, तुमचं खरंच खूप छान लेक्चर झालं आणि खूप स्टुडियस होतं. कम्पॅरिझन तू जी दाखवलेस त्या खूप छान गोष्ट. आता ह्या मला माहीत नव्हतं की ह्या सोलरमध्ये एवढ्या प्रकारचे पॅनेल्स आहेत हे मला माहीत नव्हतं. एकच गोष्ट मी नवीन वाचली होती की अमेरिकेमध्ये असा काहीतरी शोध लागला आहे की दे हॅव प्रोव्हाइडेड ए सोल्युशन विच कॅन विथ हेल्प ऑफ विच एनी surface can be converted into solar panel. That I had read somewhere, but it hasn't come to India as yet. आणि तसं काय आहे का नाही मला माहित नाही अजून, पण जर असं काही सोल्युशन असेल with the help of which we can turn any surface or transfer any surface into a solar surface. आता तू जे काही सिलिकॉनचं वगैरे दाखवलंस आणि बाकीच्या काही गोष्टी सांगितल्यास त्यातून वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारच्या त्यात हा रेफरन्स कुठं आला नाही त्याच्यामध्ये.
सर एक होता कॅडमियम टेलराइट म्हणून एक होता मी CIGS सोलार सेल्स. त्याला तुम्ही क्लोथ्स पण बनवू शकता. लाईक यू कुड लाईक लिटरली मेक क्लोथ्स फ्रॉम दॅट. आणि तुम्ही जे रेफर करता ना की विंडो पॅनल्स वरती ती लेअर कोट केली जाते आणि त्याला तुम्ही सोलार बनवला जातात, ते कॅडमियम टेलराइट आहे. त्याच्यात 2 बिलियन मागच्या 10 वर्षात इन्व्हेस्ट केला गेला आणि ती खूप इमर्जिंग टेक्नॉलॉजी. लाईक तुम्ही शर्ट बनवू शकता सोलार पॅनल्सचा लाईक विथ कॅडमियम टेलराइट टेक्नॉलॉजी.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
तू जे बोलतोय ते सरांच्यामुळे बोलतोयस माहिती आहे की नाही तुला? पहिलीला घालताना सुद्धा सरांना विचारलं कुठं घालायचं. परत सैनिक स्कूलला घालताना सरांना विचारलं. VITला मी सरांना VIT कुठं आहे, मी तो त्याचं पॉम्पलेट आलेलं कचऱ्यात टाकलं काय शेअर मार्केटचं आहे. सरांना मग ठीक आहे सर, म्हणजे पहिलं तिथं घाल. तिथं RITला आम्ही काही देणार जायचं. नेदरलँडला घालतानाही सरांनाच विचारलं की तुला पहिलीपासून सरांच्या ह्याच्यामुळे तू तिथं आहे.
बरोबर 100%.
युगेंदर, हे अर्ध सत्य आहे. माझं फक्त मार्गदर्शन आहे. तुझं कर्तृत्व जे आहे, तुझी बुद्धिमत्ता आहे, त्याला न्याय दिलास तू, हा सगळ्यात महत्वाचा भाग आहे. आम्ही काय अनेकांना मार्गदर्शन करतो म्हणून काही सगळेच जण तुझ्या इतक्या उंचीवर पोहोचतात असं नाही. तुझं कर्तृत्व त्यातलं महत्वाचं आहे. आय कॉंग्रॅच्युलेट यू.
थँक्यू सर, थँक्यू, मीन्स अ लॉट.
युगंधर, खूप सुंदर बोललास. आय एम प्राऊड ऑफ यू.
थँक्यू आयडा.
So thank you very much, Yugandhar Patil sir. Thank you for very important and significant lecture given by you. So we are very much impressed. The audience, the participants, the delegates, all are very much impressed with your lecture. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you all, and also thankful to your parents also, Mr. Vijay Patil and Mrs. Poonam Patil ma'am. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you. I also thankful to Principal R.D. Samant, Secretary of Kasegao Education Society, for being with us for this session. I am very much thankful to all participants. Thank you all. And here we complete these plenary sessions. Now it's time to lunch. Take a lunch, and after lunch we are